Yo, hi. And today we're going to work on, guess what? It's cast again. All right. Working on my programming language. What exact thing am I going to work on? Let's see. So yesterday, I was trying to make the language server not be spammed by the requests, but the document changed, so it wasn't trying to recompile the entire world from scratch every time. I failed to do that on stream, but off stream, I think I fixed it. It was almost there. Just a little bit of the multi-threading bugs, which OCaml doesn't protect us from. But if I look at the playground right now, because we have the playground on the web, right? So playcastlang.org. If you go over here, there's code that you can run, right? It says hello world, but and like we can hover and stuff, right? But if I try to actually print some code here, say let x be 1, 2, 3, then this is what's going to happen. So because every time I type a character in this editor, the editor is sending me the notification that the code has changed, and I'm trying to recompile the entire thing so that I can show the, that I can show everything to the user. So we're going to do the same thing here. Wait, I just noticed that OBS is rendering completely incorrectly. My mouse cursor, is that normal? Is that a bug or a feature? Like right now, I'm placing my cursor right on the comma. But in OBS, it looks like it's completely offset. That's weird. The normal cursor looks okay. I think it still is a little bit offset, but... yeah, it's weird. It's because the OBS is rendering the cursor itself, and it's not taking into consideration the focus point, because different cursors have the focus point in different places. It always assumes that it's in the top left. I'm assuming is what's happening here. All right, so we're going to fix the playground. Okay, fixing laggy playground. That's what's going to happen. All right, so I have this stuff working. I'm going to open in the other place the playground. And the playground. So this is just some TypeScript. Right. This one is going to say npm run dev. Okay. And we go over here. This is the playground. There was someone who was going to make the playground look better. Do we have the pull request? There's no pull request. Maybe they forgot about it. Alright, anyway. So here's the playground. This one is from the local host, so that I can work on it. It still is laggy, because why would it not be, right? It's trying to do everything on the client side. Yo, Dev Meds. Hello there. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? I don't think I recognize your name. I was Dev Ninja. And you stream in German, right? Is that German? Dutch. Decay of Worlds. Is that a game? You're working on a game? It's a tower defense RPG mix. I like the art style. This is my favorite art style, by the way. Are you doing the art yourself here? Wait, is this a mobile game? This is a mobile game, isn't it? I mean, this art style fits the mobile games very well, I guess. Originally for mobile, but will bring out for PC too. Yeah, I wish I could make the models like this. This looks good. I like that. The low poly style. Like that. The old school. Although this screenshot looks a little weird. The textures are like different. What do you call it? Like they are not detailed enough. For some reason, on the screenshots it looks a little weird. On the other screenshots, looks really good. All right, what am I working on? I'm working on a game. No, wait. No, yes. No, yes. I'm working on two things. There is two things that I'm working on myself. I have a game, which you can see on the top right, this Steam, right? And then I'm also working on my own programming language, right? Which is what I'm working on right now. But we also have a game, and it is on Steam. The demo is on Steam. It's not released yet. But the demo is there. You can play it, and you can wishlist it and stuff. The game is written in Rust with a custom engine, and the language that I'm working on is written in OCaml. So that's what I'm writing today. And a little bit of JavaScript, because today I'm going to fix the playground. So we have the online playground where you can try the language like this, right? With language server functionality and stuff. So the problem that I'm going to fix is that if I type a bunch of characters here, then they are going to be typed one by one. Why, you might ask? Well, it's because every time I type a character, I'm trying to recompile and check if the code is correct. So, and it's not very fast, as you can see. So this is doing it in the JavaScript. So the compiler is transpiled into JavaScript, and it's doing this client side. We don't have a server for this, right? So it's trying to check the code. You started thinking about using TypeScript for your compiler? How many languages have you switched yourself, Dev Ninja, so far? Hello, Dager. Or are you? I feel like every time you talk about your language, you're just considering another language. Well, I mean, I have been rewriting my language in like multiple times, so yeah, maybe 10 or so. All right. I feel like we just need to stop switching languages. We just you just need to make a language and then rewrite it into itself. I feel like that's the thing. And then maybe because of the goal being rewriting the language in itself, you want to choose a language that allows you to rewrite it incrementally somehow, right? So I think my plan, because of that, is transpiling my language into OCaml so that I can rewrite it partially and use it in the same code base as we already have, but just replace currently written code with the code written in my language. I think that, yeah, that wouldn't work in my case. It's basically TypeScript with effect. If it's TypeScript with effect, you can just transpile to TypeScript, right? Just remove the effect. Like it's like saying that like if your language is JavaScript with types, which is TypeScript, you can transpile it to JavaScript and use it in the existing JavaScript code base, right? Like if you were making TypeScript and you only had JavaScript, like that's the path, right? Can you not remove the effect annotations? Better not to mix TypeScript and JavaScript, but when but when TypeScript is not existing yet, right? And you chose for some reason JavaScript to implement your language, like that would be the path, I feel like. So similar to that, you can like basically effect annotations on the TypeScript is something that can also be probably type erased in your case, no? So you can just transpile to normal TypeScript by removing the effects from the types, right? By making them just runtime checked instead. Like, because OCaml also doesn't have effects. I mean, OCaml has effects, but I mean, I'm wondering, like, you say that you have TypeScript with effect, but like, effects can be present on the type level, or they can be implemented just on the runtime. So OCaml does that. OCaml does that by doing the effects only in runtime. You don't annotate your functions with effects. But I want to do that. But when I transpile, I will just remove these annotations and just going to work through the existing OCaml stuff. How does that continuation thing works? Doesn't work well with JavaScript engines? No, it works well. You just rewrite your code into continuation passing style as one example. Another example, that the one that I was going to do originally when transpiling to JavaScript, you can use async. Async is already like having continuations, because a promise is exactly what it is. A promise is a continuation, basically. Like, you know, if you say if you write your JavaScript, right? If you write your JavaScript, you have a async function. Class will have effects. Yeah, that's the plan. That's one of the that was one of the like main goals originally. Yeah. Function foo, right? And you say like you know, await some other function, right? Await some other function. JavaScript is technically rewriting this. Like, if you know how to transform your async code into like normal promise stuff that was there before async await existed, right? You just create a promise over here. I mean, this file states returns a promise, and then you say this promise dot end then, and this is like the remaining code here is the continuation, literally, right? So the remaining code. This is yeah, maybe just then, right? Yeah. This remaining code, this literally is the continuation. So async await is already rewriting this for you. So you can just utilize existing async await functionality from the JavaScript or TypeScript. So either that, or you actually rewrite into the continuation passing style, where your function, you know what continuation passing style is, right? I mean, you're working on your own language. You probably should know about this. So continuation passing style is a style of programming which control is passed explicitly in the form of the continuation. So basically, instead of so like normally you write code like this, you know, function f, and then you know like return 1 to 3, right? So instead of doing this, you say that your functions never return. Instead of returning, you return to the continuation. So your function has an argument which is like how to return. You know, how to return is a thing. And then instead of returning, you just say how to return, and you call this like this, right? And this is basically like a go-to, you know. So you stop executing your function and you go to this function. So like these are the two ways to do this. OCaml transpiles to JavaScript by doing the continuation passing style rewrite of the code, but you can also utilize existing async. I'm imagining it was because JavaScript transpiler for OCaml existed before async await on JavaScript, probably. Yeah, effects in cast peer were planned from the very beginning, but I call it the context system instead of the effects. Because what is an effect? What is the algebraic effect system? It's like what a function can do, but instead of saying what a function can do, I say what a function needs. So let's say that you need to allocate, right? If you need to allocate memory, it means that your function needs an allocator. It's like the same way of saying different thing. And this is basically a hidden argument. If you've seen Zig just passes the allocator as an explicit argument, and we are going to pass it as an implicit argument instead. So like the function context is just implicit arguments, kind of. Not exactly. And that is what the algebraic effects are also, technically. The only difference, the algebraic effects, usually when like you talk about them, they allow you for doing custom control flow, but I'm splitting this functionality into different functionalities, right? The implicit arguments, the context system, plus having the ability to capture the continuation. So delimited continuations plus context system equals algebraic effect system, basically, is the idea. So you can use them you can use like continuations without implicit arguments like this, or you can use implicit arguments without continuations, because normally in your languages with effect systems, there's not a lot of them, like a lot of the effects are actually simple and they don't need to capture the continuation, because you're either going to never continue because the effect is like like an exception, right? Where you just unwind the stack. So instead of having that done with a continuation that you never use, I say that it's a separate feature called unwinding. So we need to be able to unwind up the stack, right? And then we also sometimes we have the effects, which always call the continuation as a tail call. And what this means is that you don't even need to capture the continuation in this case, and your implicit like argument is just a function, right? So other languages with effect systems, they just try to detect if you are calling your continuation only once, then it's going to be compiled as just a normal function, and the continuation is not actually going to be captured. And then there are some cases where you actually do need to capture the continuation, which is like to implement async await or to do non-deterministic stuff. This is where you need the continuation. So, and that's like a separate feature, basically. So I split the algebraic effects into separate features, basically, which I think is better. But I have not seen other people do that. I've seen this feature like without the continuations though, and it's usually called capability system, like in Scala. Anyway, let's work. So what I want over here to make the playground responsive, right? How do I actually do this? We need to have threads, I think, in JavaScript, which means that the language server is going to run in a web worker, right? That's how I do it. JavaScript web worker. Is that a thing, right? I only used it once, I think, in my life. Web workers are simple means for web content to run scripts in background threads. Yeah, there you go. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Hello, small Kui. Hi. All right. So web workers, right? A web worker is an object constructed using a constructor worker that runs named JavaScript file. This file contains the code that will run in the worker thread. And how do we interact between the worker and like the main thread? Dedicated workers. A dedicated worker is only accessible by the script that called it. Web workers API. We have the worker. It's like going to start in the background. The worker context represented by a dedicated the worker context is represented by a dedicated worker global scope object. In the case of the dedicated workers, standard workers that are utilized by a single script. Shared workers use shared worker global scope. A dedicated worker is only accessible from the script which first spawned it, whereas the shared workers can be accessed from multiple scripts. By the way, I started thinking about using TypeScript from a compiler. At least I got the biggest progress there with Peggy.js, the parser generator. I feel like Elixir with Nimble Parsec and Rust with Chomsky aren't good fit somehow. I just write my own parser, so it doesn't matter. You can run whatever code you like inside the worker thread with some exceptions. For example, you cannot directly manipulate the DOM from inside the worker, or use some default methods and properties on the window object. But you can use a large number of items available at the window, including WebSockets and data storage mechanisms like IndexedDB. Data is sent between workers and the main thread via the system of messages. Both sides send their messages using the post message method and respond via the onMessage event handler. The message is contained within the message events data. The data is copied rather than shared. Okay, nice. So we literally, I feel like this is exactly what I want. I'm just going to run the compiler in the background. Right? Because we don't want... And not only not only that, I think also like when I press the run button, if I make an infinite loop right now, right? If I make an infinite loop like this, right? And I run, it's just going to hang. This is going to hang completely. Why is everyone hyping up Elixir right now? Because of the people like TJ, I'm assuming, right? Is Primeagen also using Elixir? I think this is about those people. Right? Is there any other reason? I mean, we are on Twitch, so when you say everyone, it's probably everyone on Twitch, right? So that's what's happening on Twitch. Because you tell everyone to do so. Elixir is a really good language. Elixir. Hold on, ChatGPT. Elixir or Rust? Rust. Elixir is great if you want to juggle 8,000 lightweight processes and feel like a disturbed monk writing poetry concurrency hymns, but Rust will make your life 1,000 times easier if you actually want control speed and zero runtime overhead. You want safety? Rust. You want speed? Rust. You want to not chase down weird async bugs in production at 3 AM? Rust. That's what ChatGPT thinks, alright? The only argument that applies is zero runtime overhead. Elixir is nearly as fast as Rust. I highly doubt that it is as fast as Rust, because it is dynamically typed, because that's what the Beam virtual machine is about, right? Elixir native builds. Is it even a thing to build Elixir natively? We should get an actual Elixir code. Elixir. Boom, bum, 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 bum. It got pattern matching on function level. Is that a good thing? Why should it be on the function level? I mean, the first word when they describe their language themselves is dynamic, so I already... I'm alive. Stream rip. My eyes so much white. Is there a dark mode on Elixir website? No, there's not. Yeah, I don't know. My PC just froze. I rebooted real quick. As I was just about to say, Elixir, the first word that they use to describe the language is dynamic, so that's why I already hate it. There's no way a dynamic language is the one that I'm going to want to use. There's just no way. It means immediate bugs. Okay. You got some kind of type checking already in the compiler. Alright, maybe at some point it's going to be better. Where, like, they actually give me a way where I cannot skip typing, right? I need the typing. There's, like... I just don't think that dynamic typing is any good. It's just always bad. There is no situation where it's good, I think. It will never get a full-featured type checker like Rust, C++. Okay, so it's bad. All right. Dedicated workers. That's what we're going to do. Why did my stream freeze, do you think? Do you think it's because I ran on my playground the infinite loop and it's like, that's what hangs the entire PC? Because that's what I did there. All right. npm run dev. Okay, here it is. So, don't think it was a connection issue. No, it was not a connection issue. No, it my PC literally froze. I couldn't move my mouse around. Nothing like my monitors were freezed. I just pressed the power button to shut it down and then shut it and then like turned it back on. It was happening quite a bit when I was using Windows on this PC, so there might be some hardware issue. Probably the GPU. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, right? This thing is going to work on the in the background. In the background. Okay, let's see. How do you do a worker? You say new worker, script URL, and options. So script URL is going to be worker. Yes, right? Is that what I do? Worker TS. Console log hi from worker. Hold on, I'm holding. Worker is the URL to the transpile script. Isn't Vite going to do this for me? I thought that it's going to be Vite processed. You need to define a separate entry point for it in Vite. Do I? Loading worker from worker TS, yeah, because of the wrong MIME type, text HTML, because probably like 404 there. Yeah. Worker. Let's just ask ChatGPT here. Why Vite will not resolve because it's a string literal? But isn't this also a string literal? Isn't this also a string literal? But it was trying to like do that in the imports. It's because like it only is parsing the imports, but not the workers. Like it could process the workers, right? How to spawn a worker? Invite. New worker, new URL. Import meta URL. Is that how you do it? Import settlement gets processed, but not calls to new X. So like the new URL and import meta URL, like that's this over here is going to be converted into the processed file, right? That's the idea. You doubt it? Okay. Maybe I could hi from worker. From worker TS. There you go. That works. Okay, so worker has options. Options are abstract worker. Where's the constructor of the worker? Like, why can't I just click on this over here? Why is TypeScript? MDN reference, sure. So we have constructor, which has options. What can I pass as an option? Option containing option references. Type. The string representing the type of the worker to create. It can be classic or module. If not specified, the default using is classic. I want modules, right? Credentials. A string representing, specifying the type of credentials used for the work. The value can be omit, same origin, or include. If not specified, the type is classic. The default, or if the type is classic, the default is used is the same origin. Only includes credentials for the same origin requests. Okay, we're not going to have any origins, so like it doesn't matter. Name. A string specifying and identifying name for the dedicated worker global scope, representing the scope of the worker, which is mainly useful for debugging purposes. I don't understand the scopes. Do I need scopes? Like, I'm going to like still just post the messages to the worker and that's it, right? You don't need them. Yeah, I don't think I need them. So I need something like JSON RPC technically, right? So post message is going to pass the JavaScript object, which is going to be copied fully, right? And then it's going to also have include the ID probably, so that I can get the response back based on the ID, and we have it fully async this way, right? Or I can make it be just a request response, because I probably will not have the actual async stuff in the worker probably. You could also work with abort controller. What's abort controller? Abort controller interface represents a controller object that allows you to abort one or more web requests and as and when desired. Aborts an asynchronous operation because before it was completed. It is able to abort fetch request consumptions of any response bodies and streams. Well, I mean the request to the web worker is not a fetch or response body, right? So actually we're going to do this. So the cast is going to be living only in the worker, like that. Do I not have the formatter here? Format. Why is it not formatting? Or is like 2 lines the correct formatting of the... I guess it is. Okay, it's leaving the empty lines. Can I make the formatter more like... Can I configure the formatter? Can I configure formatter for TypeScript? Yes. Formatting tools for TypeScript pretends to be customizable, but they still secretly judge you for not using the default. npm install savedef prettier. So I can use the prettier, for example, right? Usually use something like prettier. What am I using right now? Just like the default VS Code formatting, whatever, right? Okay, so how do I do this? npm install prettier. Okay. I create a config. Create a config. Dot prettier rc. Like that. Okay, so it's already formatting it and not using this thing. Use it. npx prettier right. Invalid configuration for file envrc. YAML error. All collection items must start at the same column. YAML error. Wait, where's the YAML error? Wait, this looks like... Wait, is this supposed to be YAML? This is JSON. I guess there's 2 ways. Like, it's either JavaScript, and in this case, it's going to be YAML, right? So we want actually the prettier config JS, probably, right? Module is not defined in the ES module scope. This file has been treated as an ES module because it has a .js file extension and package JSON contains type module. To treat it as a common JS, oh my god. Why is it so difficult? Why is there so many errors? Why is it trying to format the envarc or invalid configuration profile envarc? Use flake. Incorrect. This JavaScript module system is sucking. Never seen so much shit in my life. And yet you are considering rewriting your language in TypeScript, right? Okay. We have 3 standards on how to bundle things, AMG, CommonJS, and modules. Yeah, sure, but like, how do I make my code being formatted? That's the question. And the package JSON should be called package JSON, right? Remove module exports from here, but it's complaining about a different file. It's complaining about the package JSON, which is the package of the, which is just the package JSON, right? Rename it the file back to prettier RC. Okay. Remove the module exports. Like this. That doesn't work. What is it trying to do? Okay, actually, that worked. It replaced these with quotes. Okay, how do I make... Oh, okay, format. How do I make the formatter use the prettier now? Prettier. Is there such a thing? For the formatting, the... let's see, extensions, probably like TypeScript or something, right? Or JavaScript. Language support for Java, no. TypeScript and JavaScript. Formatting enable. Default, this is default JavaScript formatter, right? How to make VS Code use prettier. Search prettier code formatter. Oh, we need to have a thing. Prettier code formatter. Install. Must. Okay. Okay. Now what? It's still using the old formatter, which is doing some weird shit. So VS Code to use prettier. Open your settings. Preferences, open JSON. And in this editor format and save true. Prettier require config true. TypeScript default formatter is this. Editor default formatter is prettier VS Code. Okay. I don't want like all the files to use the prettier, right? It's just the default if the language server is not doing it otherwise. Is that what it is? Still needs to be a JSON object. Oh, this is JSON, not JavaScript. That's why it's using the things, right? Yeah. Okay. Because this is not JavaScript, this is JSON. Okay. Why is it not called prettier config.json then? Um, settings. Settings, open user settings, JSON. Free tier. Require config, true. TypeScript and default formatter. That. Why is this file not being formatted? It doesn't work. We're going to disable in the settings. Extensions. TypeScript and JavaScript. Going to like disable the default formatter, right? Like this. Because I cannot tell this extension to use the pre tier, right? Oh, and it also, yeah, it also is because yeah, now it says it must be double quoted. But I just hit save and it just works. Okay. Reach here, right? Okay. Nice. Wait, it also formatted the YAML for me? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it formatted all of my code. Oh, so hopefully it still works. Yeah, it's fine. Like I like that it's more like what did it change? It removed the semicolons actually. Removing the semicolons is something that I don't like though. Can I say that semicolons? Trailing comma all. Trailing commas wherever possible, including function arguments. Semicolon. You have semi-false. Oh, it's just semi, this one. Print semicolons. Semi-true. Okay. It says unchanged. It says it doesn't change anything. It doesn't include the semicolons if I forgot about it, right? Or no. Wait, why does... Oh, no. It did change it. It did change it. That's fine, yeah. Should I use tab width of 4, though? Just like before? Probably tab 4. Okay, what else? Print width, allow parentheses. Always include parentheses. Is that a good thing? What are the other options here? Always or avoid. Try to avoid or always. I don't know. Let's keep it at the always. If it says trailing comma all, why doesn't it include the trailing comma here? Oh, because this is a JSON, right? JSON doesn't allow trailing commas. Sure, fine. Single quote. Use single quotes instead of double quotes. I think I prefer double quotes though, personally. I don't know. Iterate map VV clone. Wait, what? Was that the code that I have somewhere? Okay, let's pretend that this was okay. Right? Yeah, it formatted my YAML. I don't want it to be used for YAML though, do I? I don't know. I mean, I don't care. It's fine. But for YAML, I would probably prefer the 2 tabs. Can I disable the YAML for the pre-tier? Can I disable YAML? Or like, how to configure YAML only to use 2 spaces and pre-tier. Ignore. I don't think I want to ignore. I want it to be formatted because it was previously not formatted at all, if I'm correct. So it's better to actually have it. Yeah, we just have overrides for YAML files. Like this, right? There you go. Okay. Tier. Sure. Okay, now back to this thing. Which I probably broke some things, right? Yeah, we need to say again npm run dev. Okay. Okay. So now it's going to say that cast is not defined because I am having this in the... I am having it in... in the worker only. My cast DTS is still defining the the global thing because that's what I think is being compiled into. So because of that, I don't have the actual errors in my TypeScript here. So I just should not use the cast. New cast case sensitive. Yeah, so this is the only thing that I actually need to do. I need to process the file, URI and source. So instead of doing this, I'm going to send the request to the worker, right? Yeah, I'm going to send the request to the worker. So worker dot post message. Have fun with making everything async in terms of sending and receiving messages from the worker. Yeah, I guess. Wait, how do I receive messages from the worker? Worker.onMessage, right? This is it. Is it? Well, I'm actually surprised why is there no async API. That is already existing for the workers. Hello, Nerdsoul. Okay, I'm going to post message, which is going to be type process, I guess, right? Type process URI, URI is URI, and source is source, like this, right? And then we're going to wait. So worker on message. This one is going to be async, and process update state async. Process update state. Be aware that sending objects might not get deserialized like they were before. Yes. Sure. The URI though is probably going to be serialized properly. Right? I'm assuming. It just uses JSON stringify and then like unstringify, right? Oh, the objects arrays and primitive data types. This is primitive data type, I thought. This is from the editor API. This is just oh no, this is Monaco editor API. So yeah, maybe URI here is not. I guess I can say URI is URI.toString or to JSON, I guess is better. And then we could do the from JSON. Object is not class instance. Yeah, sure. We do to JSON and then from JSON. The return type of async function or method must be a global promise type. Promise. Since you know it's already valid, you can also use toString. ToJSON is fine. I don't know. I mean, toString into JSON in this case is doesn't matter. I think that if I do toString and then from string, then it's going to need to parse the string. Isn't it less work for this? So it's like a little faster if I do it to JSON and then from JSON. You know, because it doesn't need to parse the string. It's already parsed in the structured data structure in a JSON. You need to parse it in both ways. I mean, I thought JSON is already parsed. JSON, because it's structured, it's not a string. JSON is more structured than string, so it's better, right? Post message. On message. On message means that I want on message. Is this like let's go to the MDN reference. This event is not cancelable and doesn't bubble. Dedicated worker global message event. Syntax. Use the event name in the event listener. Like this. And on message is event. And message event has data, and that's what I care about. Okay, so on message is event like that. And then after I receive the message, I'm going to say worker on message is null. That's how you do it, right? Right? Okay, event is a message event any. Why is it any? No, it's message event any. Whatever that means. So event. Why when I press space it says this? Because I was using two tabs at some tab, detect, indentation for content. There we go. Event dot data. So this is the data of the message. Okay. Process file. So this is a processed file state. Unprocessed file state is just some data. Which is over there. Which is returned from OCaml. Which is just a JSON object. So I should be able to just process it as is. Yes. I feel like I just returned the data here directly. All right. So I basically I'm not going to do it async, right? This is like sync, but I'm just waiting for this message to appear. So I'm going to return a promise which resolves when this message is there. So this is not going to be marked async, but it's still going to return the promise. And I'm going to say that promise is new promise. Executor resolve reject. I mean, that's what we just returned, right? We return a promise. Resolve into this stuff, right? I don't actually process the file here, but I just resolve using event data. Right? So I'm just waiting for the message to be responded here, and that's it. And then inside the worker, I'm going to say, so how do I handle the messages from the worker inside the worker now? Self on message. So there's self on message is function message. So I'm going to say I'm going to match, right? So if, can I have this more typed though? Probably not, right? Like I need this to be like a type. Can I? Because the messages are completely untyped, right? There are any. No? Can I make a typed worker in TypeScript? I just say if message type. Wait, message has data and source, right? I mean, message data. And message data is literally any. Oh, it's message event any. So that, yeah, that's why it is, right? We need to say message event, which is not any. Because that's the data there, right? I want message event of my message type. Just create a new type and use it from there. Maybe it's because the worker, hold on. Maybe it's because of the way I'm creating the worker. Is worker having a generic argument, potentially? Not really. Yeah, message is any literally here, which is wrong. Just create a new type and use it there. I mean, need to use it in both places, so I make sure that they are this correct types, right? Type is equal to process, right? Then we process the file, and then I need to like say that Yuri is Yuri on the Monaco editor. Star as Monaco. Monaco Yuri from. How do I say? So I could do it to JSON. How do I make from JSON? From create Monaco from the Yuri components. Is Yuri join parse from a string, revive, apply, bind, call. From the Yuri components. No. Are you sure? What is to JSON returning? Oh, it's it's returning the Yuri components. That's right. Okay. From Yuri components. So message data Yuri. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's correct. I just wish this is not typed at all. So it's very easy to make a bug here. And then source is message data source, like that. And this is the result. So I need to respond. How do I respond? So have message source returns the window proxy of the source window. Post message. Post a message to the given window. No? How do I reply? Is that what I needed to do? How to reply from worker. Self post message. Just self post message? That's it? Yeah, and then this is worker dot on. Okay, sure. So just post message, self post message. That's since message data is any. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand that message data is any. I mean, I can just say that over here, something like, you know, data is message, data as process message, I guess, right? Then it will be more typed, probably, right? So, and what is the process message though, right? So this is, can I have like, can I have the types? Do I need a separate like thing declaring the types? You know, like I don't know what do I call it, worker interrupt TS or something. You don't have to, but it's recommended. Types TS. I don't know. So this specifically the types about the working with the worker. So just types is not that, right? So we say type process message is type is process, right? Okay, so can I now import this? Import star as interrupt from worker interrupt from this. Does that work? Drop dot process what? Process message namespace. So now I need to actually export. Type like this. Okay, yeah, there we go. This works. So now we have this, that the Yuri is not there. And I will say that Yuri is Manako dot what annoying. Why can it not like import the things automatically for me? Manako Yuri components, right? That's what we want. And source is string. Like that. There we go. And then in the main, I'm going to say the message. So this message. How do I assert that this is of the correct type? Just say message. And say message is this. But message is a process message from the worker interrupt. Which I want to import star the interrupt. Okay. Okay, so now we have that. Okay, and we just post message like this. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that is it. And then, so like the processing is the only thing that I want to happen in the worker actually, I think, and then the inlay hints can use the processed data, I guess, to show the inlay hints and stuff. So why don't I have the warning for the async function that is not being awaited? That's my other problem. Can I have a lint that says that I'm not awaiting a promise? This is wrong, because file state is a promise here. Now, I need to await here with ESLint. Don't I have the ESLint already? Maybe I don't. Okay, let's just say await, which means that update state needs to be async. Update state is used over here in the beginning. This one is going to be awaited, I think. And then this over here unchanged. So this one is a promise. On the change content, this is disposable. Listener. Model changed event into void. It's not really going to be awaited there. So I'm just spawning a promise here. Yeah. I'm actually just going to spawn a promise here. Oh, yeah. So what I need actually is, so I'm going to register inlay hint provider, for example, right? So provider is inlay hint provider. Provide inlay hints is the provider result, which can be a thenable, which means that it can be a promise, right? So this over here can be a promise. Okay. Can I say over here async? Okay. So inlay hints of the find state, and the find state is the thing that is going to be actually async. So find state is actually async, which gives me a promise of the processed file state. It's very similar because I will need to like debounce similarly to how I did in the local language server. Right? Find state. Why does this not show me the error? This is now a promise and not the processed file state, but this function requires the processed file state as an argument. Why is there no squiggly red lines here? Why is TypeScript language server the worst? Even worse than the OCaml one? How is it even possible? Like, this is supposed to be linted instead of, like, being the built-in, like, lint or whatever? The type mismatch? Really? Like, this is not saying any, right? And this is not saying promise, and this is not this type. This is returning a promise. And promise and this thing is not the same thing. Do you enable strict typing? Do I need to enable strict typing? Strict true. What else do I need to do? Like, if I have a function foo, which takes x of type foo, right? Where type foo is something like, I don't know, x number and y is number, right? And then I have a function, and I have async function returns foo, which is returning actually a promise of foo, right? And then this returns x is 1 and y is 2, for example, right? And then I call the function foo using returns foo. Then we have these red squiggly lines, right? Because promise is not assignable to the type foo. But why do I not have this over here? Because this is defined in the DTS. Is the types from the DTS files not being checked? This is like very weird. It's not Monaco. This is not even about the Monaco. This is the types that I have written myself. This function over here. Like if I try to do this same thing over here, right? Yeah. Okay. It's about the, like, because these types come from the DTS that I have written over here. Why types that I specified in a DTS not being checked? What the fuck? Your DTS is not in the scope of the TS config. This is your DTS files included there? Include. Okay. TS config. Include. Source. But it is part of the source, right? Like I have the like it even gives me the type when I hover. The DTS live in types global DTS, but TS config is like include source. Guess what? It's not going to read it. You're declaring but not importing them or using them. Just because you row declare interface magic hat doesn't mean yeah, okay. Fix it with a global import. Reference path. This forces the types to acknowledge your declaration. You're defining global types in a module. This is so weird, right? Like, if I did it incorrectly, it would say that... Let's fine, let's have types. Folder types. And this will have a cast DTS. Like this. Right? Does that work? No, it doesn't. It literally is the same thing. The three standards are not good for anything. It's so fucked up. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like there's like, why is the thing working for other? Like, isn't the Monaco editor also having like the same DTS file somewhere? It's because this one is not a module, right? That's the problem, because I'm trying to use like the global things. Your package is a module? Which package? What is a package? A package is a JSON. It's not a module. This thing is not a module. This thing is returning globals. Or I mean technically I'm importing this. If I say import, does it import a module? Because I'm pretty sure that the OCaml was generating not a module. Like it was actually like because yeah, it was modifying the globals for sure. And I don't think I can. It's using the module standard since if I specify type module. Where? Where did you specify type module? Type module. In package JSON. But it's not the package. It's not part of the package here. This is a DTS file. It's part of the package. What are you even saying? Sure, module ES next, whatever. It's the module that I generate. What about the type checks before in the code? Your whole directory is seen as a module. This makes no sense. A module in JavaScript is not a directory, right? It's it's a file. Directory is a directory. Directories don't exist. Okay, whatever. I'm yeah, like I will not write TypeScript. It's fucked. Welcome to JS translation hell. It's probably me having a skill issue or whatever, because there is some hidden knowledge somewhere that I need to know to actually write the DTS properly. Somehow it's weird. Or I need to, or I get like another option is to make JS of OCaml actually somehow generate a module instead of generating like the non-module. But that's not what it's doing, is the problem. It's not yes, it's fully on JS and their shit. Well, JavaScript is included in the TypeScript, so TypeScript is also to blame. Can I have a JS of a camel generate a JavaScript module? No. Yeah, it doesn't regenerate the modules. That's like why I have this, right? The output is a single big JavaScript file, which cannot be exported. No. So instead, it's just like some JavaScript code that modifies the global thing. So I have to do that, which doesn't work for some reason. Okay, like it's weird that I have the hover, so it's like working, but it's not working at the same time. You know, you could also use WASM. Yeah, but WASM would have to do the same thing. It would have to export the global JavaScript things, so it doesn't matter. Because JS of a camel basically it only provides it's trying to generate an executable, not a library, right? That's why, because it's an executable and I want an executable to act as library. The executable is assigning to the global variables. That's how I make it a library. Okay. So we are going to look through this and see the errors that the VS Code cannot highlight for me because it's stupid. Right, so like the hover provider, find state, like all of these basically needs to be async, right? So like this should be async, which returns promise of this, and find state. So like basically find state always should be async. So this needs to be awaited. And that's the only thing that I need to change. Find state, await, async. Promise, Monaco, text, text edit. Just await the find state everywhere. Where does find state do async stuff? Not yet. I'm going to change it in a second. Okay, so find state basically needs to wait for the worker to has done its job. Right. It's very similar to what I was doing in OCaml yesterday. So we have the process. So process update state, right? This over here, this is async, right? This is async, but I cannot really await it. Is the thing, right? So when I say, yeah, actually I will say update state is something that is spawning a promise. So this is not going to be async itself. So I cannot await this here, right? Processing is the async stuff. And I need to do the same that I was doing in OCaml, where like if I have also multiple requests to processes, only the last one is supposed to be sent, right? So I will have, so find state, it will like basically wait for all processing. Like this. And to wait for all processing. We will have a async function wait for all processing. And then we will have the thing which says like current processing is an optional promise or null, right? Like this is null originally. How do I say this should be void, right? Not unit. Okay, so current processing is this, and over here I will say that current processing is do process. Just doing that. Yes. So I have async function do process, which is doing that basically, and that's what we need to wait for. So I say that current processing is this thing, but if current processing is already happening, then I need to say that we have a queued processing, right? Queued processing, which is that. So I say that if current processing, I mean, no, I say queued processing is always going to be equal to do process. No, wait, hold on. Queued processing is actually a thing which takes nothing and returns the promise void, right? So queued processing is basically the function that does the processing like that. So I don't spawn the promise immediately. And then I say start processing if needed. So we have these two functions. Start processing if needed. And wait for all processing. So for start processing if needed is going to say that if current processing is not null, I mean if current processing is null, is not null, then I'm not going to do anything. And then if queued processing is not null, I mean is equal to null, we also don't do anything. Otherwise, we say that current processing is queued processing, like that. And then queued processing is null. You know? So I start the queued processing. And then wait for all processing is just going to say that while current processing is not null, I'm going to await current processing. And that's it. I think that's it. Cast is not defined. Yeah, I still need to import the cast, I guess. Yeah, I still need to import this. It doesn't guarantee that it's the same one though, which is weird. It doesn't exactly guarantee that that's the so like I need to like kind of guarantee that the worker and the not worker are using the same script. Let's just do this for now, and later I will remove this. Okay, let's see. Document is not defined. I don't know what this means. That's not from my code. Run. Okay, the run is working. What about formatting? I don't see any. I don't actually see anything. Okay. Let's make sure that the worker works. Console log worker received a message, right? This is reply. Console log worker replied reply. Okay, let's see if that works. It doesn't work. It doesn't receive the messages. Why does it not receive the messages? That's weird. Oh, because I'm awaiting. And I'm saying on message after that. Like, I need to wait for the worker to initialize, right? Because this is over here. It needs to be awaited, right? And but I am sending the message maybe like immediately or something to the worker. Right? Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Let's try this. Worker gets initialized when you open the document. What document? The worker is initialized. No. Oh, wait, hold on. It says could not create the web worker, falling back to load the web worker in the main thread, which may cause UI freezes. Wait, what? Oh, no, it's a different... This is the worker of the Monaco. Okay. Website. No, I mean, it's loaded. This thing is loaded. I can see console log worker starting, right? This is going to happen. I see it in the logs. There. Wait, I don't see it in the logs. Is some where reference document where is not available. What? I don't reference document. Oh wait, no, I am. Wait, is it in the client? That's not my code though. No. Wait, it is from the worker TS. Wait, what is a client? Client is not my code. No, that's part of Vite. It's Vite who's doing that. I'm not working with documents at all. This is Vite client. The web worker is not started. But it was starting before. Console log. This code gets, and then it says could not create the web worker. No, hold on. But I think that's the Monaco editor that's saying that. Right, like this code definitely gets executed. New worker. Maybe the logs are... Like I was getting the logs before from the worker, right? I was saying hello from worker, and it was working. Before I did this. Yeah, I guess. How do I do this in the first... That's the first thing. My worker is not being initialized. Network. Debugger. Worker. Worker. Was the worker initialized there? How do you debug TypeScript? How do you debug JavaScript? Why is it not being loaded? Why was it loaded before and now it's not? Because before I was not importing anything. Is that the problem? Let's not import anything. Let's do that. And it says worker starting. Yes. Why does it not start if I start importing? So like just these two are being the problem? Yes. If I import, then it doesn't load. What? This doesn't work. Shouldn't there be an error then? Console log. Doing imports. This also doesn't work. Do you understand what's happening? Monaco editor must reference documents, so the error is coming from there. So because I'm importing this over there, because I'm importing this thing, right? I want to import just the types though, I guess. Right? Yeah, no, I don't want to import just the types, no. Monaco editor slash. Like, can I import Monaco editor which works in the in the worker? Comment out the first line, but then I cannot do Monaco URI from data, right? The first line. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. It's the worker interrupt, but worker interrupt is loading this thing too. Right? I mean, I guess I can say that this is any, for example. For now. Right? Then it's working, yes. Yeah, so like I need to not import the Monaco editor. Why can't I import Monaco editor in web worker? Use Monaco's official worker setup. It provides separate worker scripts. Okay, how do I what's the official setup? Monaco ships with its own worker script separate from the main editor bundle. You don't import the whole monitor editor inside the worker. Instead, the main thread loads Monaco normally. Monaco internally supports the workers via the URLs you must provide. What? How to configure workers depends on your bundler. Monaco editor webpack plugin. It automatically handles bundling and referencing worker files. Monaco editor webpack plugin exports this. Monaco environment, get worker URL. Webpack. I am using Webpack actually. Somewhere, right? Or am I not? But I was using Webpack. No, I was using Webpack for the VS Code extension because I needed to pack everything into a single thing. Monaco editor. Let's see. Maybe I just need to have the actual worker. Language services create web workers to compute heavy stuff outside of the UI thread. They cost hardly anything in terms of resource overhead, and you shouldn't worry too much about them. Would create web worker. HTML file doesn't allow pages loaded on file to create web workers. Where's the documentation? Documentation, please. Complete samples. Too many samples. Link to Monaco setup with workers. To set up Monaco with web workers, they refer to the official documentation. Monaco Editor Webpack plugin. A plugin to simplify loading Monaco Editor with Webpack. Can I do it without Webpack? Can I do without Webpack using Byte? It's possible. Monaco plus Byte worker setup. Monaco's worker files are separate scripts you must serve and reference explicitly. Byte handles workers differently from Webpack. Byte treats workers as separate entry points and bundles them accordingly. Use a Byte plugin Monaco editor. Okay. That's what I need to do? Invite config.js. Monaco editor plugin. Manually configure the workers. Import the workers as separate import. Use Byte's new worker, new URL syntax. Override window Monaco environments get worker. Return all those workers. What is there example somewhere using Byte and Monaco editor with web workers? And Monaco editor, file not found. I was trying to search in this repository while you're searching the entirety of the GitHub. Search repository Byte.js Byte. Yes, Monaco editor. Search this repository, right? Thank you. Hi there, your stream got pushed to me by the Twitch app. What are we working on? I'm suffering in the JavaScript world. I'm working on my programming language. Specifically, I want to make the online playground for it, which is using the Monaco editor, which is the same editor that VS Code uses under the hood, to work in the background so that it doesn't lag the browser, which means that I need to use web workers to do the heavy stuff in the background thread. But it's supposed to over here have the playground, right? So so the stuff that's happening in the playground is compiling this code to like check it and provide the information for the editor so they can hover things to know the types of things, you know, and eventually there's going to be like auto completion and other stuff that you normally like that you normally expect from an editor when you are working with code, right? So syntax highlighting, hover stuff, inlay hints, let x equal to, like, you see how slow this is? I'm not typing anything, right? But yeah, this is like, see, it shows the inlay hint now here. So this is the features, right? But it's slow because it's trying to do it on every keystroke right now. It's trying to like check the entire thing, including the standard library from scratch. So it's a little slow here, which means that I need to do it in the background, right? So that the web page actually doesn't hang. So I'm trying to figure out how to use the this editor with the web workers. I mean, I can just not load the thing, you know. There's the easy way to do that. I can just not load the Monaco editor at all, and I will say that Yuri is actually a string and not Monaco Yuri components, right? Because that's the only reason I'm importing this here. Just say that Yuri is a string. And then over here also I delete this, and I do that, and then and I do this, and then I over here I don't say Monaco Yuri from, I just say data Yuri, right? Like that's literally the thing. We just say data.yuri like this. It's already a string, and then over here, instead of doing toJSON, we just say toString, right? Because I was converting it to string anyway. Okay. See, that works. Yeah, worker received. There you go. Worker did receive the thing. Page is slowing down Firefox. Stop. Refresh. Worker reply. Okay, we have the worker reply. And then, I haven't used Monaco before, but what about this package? Typefox wrapper. What? Oh, why did you include a space there? Monaco editor with Monaco language client wrapper provides a wrapped file. Like, what does it even mean? Why do I need a wrapper? Can be activated to connect to language server via JS on RPC over the WebSocket or external server. No. I don't have the internal server. I just have the web worker. I feel like I think I solved it, but then I still it hangs. Okay, what is hanging here? What is hanging there specifically? Right? It says while. Oh wait, right. While current processing is not null, await current processing. Right. Because I need to say over here start processing is queued processing, right? But I will actually say async function queue is going to say that current processing is queued processing. Queued processing is null. Like this. No. Hold on. Just queue. I just say that queued processing is null. No. Queued processing is null. I'm just going to start the queued processing. I'm going to await it. Await queued. Queued is queued processing before I change it null here. I await, but then in the end I say current processing is null. That's the missing part, right? Well, I mean, also I will yeah. Current processing is null. I will say start processing if needed to in the end here. Yeah, maybe this. Like it was trying to await the promise forever, which even although it already has finished. How do I refresh the page that has been hanging? Why does the browser not allow me to refresh the page if it's hanging? Huh? Hello? Why is browser so stupid? Okay, it works. Okay, hold on, it works. Look at this. I can hover. That works. Let's try typing here. Let X be 1, 2, 3. There you go. Now it works. First try, easy. See? Now I don't need to wait for the background processing to happen. And I can actually type code, right? And then when I stop typing, it's going to tell me the things. I don't show the squiggly lines here, though, because the diagnostics of the Monaco editor are not there. Let Y be yo, like this, right? Yeah, see? It just appears over time. And I can do formatting, too. Boop. Yeah, formatting just waits for this. To finish. Okay, that's good, I think. And then I think that the run should also happen in the background. Because right now it just blocks, right? If I have the infinite loop once again, if I just have loop like this, right? I'm going to click run and it's going to hang the entire browser. All right. So how do I do that? Okay. Process LSP processing in background web worker. If you rename cast to fast. Yeah, the cast and curious. But can I have a web worker that should be able to be stopped in case I have actually an infinite loop? Is that something that can happen? Can I stop web worker that entered infinite loop? Nope. You cannot just stop a web worker stuck in infinite loop directly from inside the worker itself. Yeah. Terminate from the main thread using worker terminate. That kills the whole worker instantly, no mercy. Okay, so there is worker terminate. Terminate. Immediately terminates the worker. This does not let the worker finish its operations. Okay, that's good. Software that while with a request animation frame or set timeout. No, but that's like the code that the users write, right? So like the users can write an infinite loop when you try the language like this, right? I mean, I can insert the yield points, yes, but I don't think that's a good thing to do for a language. Like, language should be like I should be able to just write blocking code. It's fine. I'm just going to terminate the worker instead. So I'm going to run in a worker. That is, yeah, so like whenever I run, I always start a new worker, actually. Yeah. So this is this specifically is the LSP worker. This specifically is the LSP worker. LSP worker. And then we're going to have the run worker. If you run an infinite loop on TypeScript Playground, it also gets executed. Where's TypeScript Playground? So TypeScript Playground also must do this in the background, right? In the web worker. If you run your code on some website like LeetCode, I mean LeetCode probably does it on the server, right? Not on the client side. Downloading TypeScript, of course. While true, print. Wait. There's a function print. Yo. Run. Oh, wait a second. No, TypeScript Playground actually hangs the entire thing. Okay. TypeScript Playground actually hangs. Yeah, I don't want to hang myself, though. I think that's bad. It's usual behavior. Yeah. What did you just walk on? I'm just hanging the browser casually here. Hello, bad cop. Quick question. What's the question? Cast.run. There we go. So function run. This is going to be different. We are do gmtk. Wait, when is gmtk? I don't know. I'm not feeling like it, to be honest, right now. "20 days on August the 3rd. Wait, how did they make the join button like animated? I never saw that before. Special privileges. I'll think about it, but I don't know. Probably not. I'm probably actually going to be busy the whole August. Anyway. So I'm not going to do anything. Look how long it's now, though. 4 days? Wait, really? July 30 to August 3rd. Wait, why? That's too long. I'm going to be too lazy for 4 days. What? Are they talking about why they made it 4 days instead of 2? On hover, transform scale, on animation frame. Nah, this is not even on hover. What's this? I got followed. Alright. Okay, so like every time I click run, I'm just going to spawn a new web worker. Wait. Can a web worker shut down itself, though? You know? Yeah, so when I click run, I'm going to say not cast run. I'm going to spawn a new web worker over here. Run. Right. I'm going to say the new worker. I'm going to worker dispatch. No, worker dot post message. Run message. And run message. Worker interrupt run message. Type run source editor get value. Breach here doesn't work because this is not a semi. Yeah, because this needed to be a comma. Yeah, it's a semicolon in a camel. Okay, so I just do this and cast export type run message type run source string. Okay, run worker self on message is event if event data type is equal to run data drop a message is event data. Okay, cast run data source. I import cast and I do cast run source. Let's see what's going to happen. So this is not going to print the output though. Oh, this is the incorrect one. I need localhost. Run. Run. Attempted to create a worker from empty source. Wait, what? What do you mean from empty source? Oh yeah, it's also LSP worker. No, I need to run worker. A different one. Well, I mean, I can use the same one, right? But yeah. Run. Attempting to create a worker from empty source is probably unintentional. What do you mean empty source? Console log worker run worker starting. It is starting. Okay. Was it not receiving a message? Console log. Received event data. It's starting, but it's not receiving a message. Why not? Why not? It's the same thing here. Almost the same code. Worker post message. No one is voting in my poll. Wait, what? There is a poll? Is Kuviman good at rock climbing? Definitely. What's rock climbing? Like mountain climbing? Sounds dangerous. I'd rather sit in my chair in front of the computer. Like if I use my hands to make sure that I don't fall, then I cannot use the internet at the same time, right? Post message. So why is my worker not receiving the message? Do you understand? Do you work with workers? Batcop? The worker definitely was spawned. Oh, you are the worker? I click run. So it's spawning the worker. Wait, is it? It's still saying attempting to create a worker from an empty source. What does this even mean? If like the source is not empty, like I even see the console log from the worker. Huh? Maybe like maybe I cannot post the message before the worker is initialized or something. Like could also be Monaco, but I'm clicking the run button. I'm not clicking the Monaco button. Right? How to receive messages. Can it be because the message is posted before it's initialized? Probably not, right? Because I do the same thing for the other one. It's just working. Terminate, add event listener. I do this. And if I have a current run worker, it's not null, then I say current run worker, terminate. I'm doing worker post message. Worker doesn't receive. Try worker.layoff. Your worker is ghosting your post message. Here's why. You probably forgot to set up the workers on message handler. No, I didn't. The message format could be garbage. Async. Can I like hold on? Can I do something like this? You know, set timeout. 1,000. Let's try this. This is if this fixes it, it fixes it. So if I do it after a timeout, then it works. So it's because I'm trying to send the message before the worker was actually initialized. So I need to wait for the worker to be initialized, right? Which means probably that I need to do over here. The worker is starting, right? I need to say self post message, you know, post message, init message, where init message is interrupt worker init message, you know, init. So I'm going to wait for the worker to be initialized by waiting for this message, right? That's what I do. Worker init message. And then we just wait for that to happen, right? Yeah. Let's have a function, async function, await worker initialization, where we have worker like this. So I'm going to just say worker on message event, if event data type is init, then data messages event data turn resolve. Promise resolve. Right, like this. That's what I want. So I probably want to await for this worker to be initialized too. Await worker initialized worker. I'm going to call this one the LSP worker. And LSP worker is going to do the same. LSP worker is actually doing this. This is the run worker that needs to do that too. Oh, wait, I mean, this needs to be actually in the end, right? After the on message has been set. For sure. Okay. New worker. Okay. What is this malfunctional paradigm? It's when we write code that's malfunctioning, you know? Hi. You might also call it bug-oriented programming. Await init worker. Yeah, like this is not async though, so I need to have a async function run like that. I'm going to, yeah, and then I'm going to post a message like this. I'm going to await for the worker. And, that, and I'm going to just start the run. Worker is current run worker. Okay. Like this. So in order to run, we will wait for this, and then we will post a message which is actually run. Okay. It doesn't work. Wait a second. The LSP worker being awaited doesn't actually work. Why? LSP worker posts the message, which is the init. Bug-driven development. Yeah. Hold on, we have a bug. So we're doing it right. 10. Just say the result here, whatever. This worker is not being initialized. Why not? Because this is a promise. Resolve a worker on message is this, which is resolve. Is it now that I have not initialized the on message, so the worker is like shooting the message, but it's not there, or something? Console log. Yeah. Wait, no. Worker received the message event already. And we have the worker reply. Worker received. It should be event. Data. Yeah, worker received a process already, right? So that it actually works. I just, wait, but I don't have the syntax highlighting. Why not? Oh, wait, now I have. Wait, what? But it was not there in the beginning. Why? After I press space, it's working, but not on the first one. Why not? I say update state here in the beginning, so like it's doing that. So it should actually work properly. I don't get this. Okay, what about run? Yeah, worker received, run this source code. Okay. Run worker. It should say cast run. Source. So it should actually have been ran, right? But then it's not. Maybe because I need to do cast set output. String console log s. Let's see. It's not running the code. It's not running the code. This function doesn't work. Why not? This function is implemented in the OCaml. If I say console, wait a second. Type run. Type is run. Yes. Console log 1 1 1 1 1. See. It's not getting here. Why not? Triple equals doesn't work for strings? Am I not supposed to do the triple equal here? Because oh wait, worker received run. Hold on a second. It said worker received run, and this is received. It's a different worker. It's this worker that received the thing. Where am I sending the message? Post message. Yeah, LSP worker. This should be just worker. Wait, what? I think they renamed something which wasn't supposed to be renamed. Okay. Hello world was printed. Nice. To the terminal. So now we need to like pipe the output back to the actual like this output window here, right, from the worker, from the run worker. This output should actually say self post message where message is of type output message. Output message is output and string like that. Output message type output. Okay, and then in the main over here, I will receive from the worker over here, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'll just say that worker on message is event into. So I'm going to say if event data type is equal to output, then message is prop output message is event data, and then I say output inner text plus equal s. There we go. Output inner text plus equal message.s. All right. Cast set output. This is not going to happen here anymore. Okay. Let's see. Print hello world, run. It didn't work. Because this worker on message is that, and it's resolving. Yeah, I kind of also need to say worker on message is null, right? Okay, and then put inner text plus SQL message s over here. Console log event data from run I'm not receiving anything from the run worker. Worker on message. Oh, because await worker init is like overriding it. So I need to say not on message is equal. I need to add event listener, right? Worker add event listener, and then event listener is like message, right? Yeah. Because otherwise we are overwriting the things. Although I mean I can also say that this on message should be after the init at the same time. This is probably easier to fix right now. Run. And we see the hello world here. Beautiful. Okay, so now I can actually support the infinite loop, right? So if I say loop like that, and I can format the code and I can run, and we see actual infinite loop being like outputted like forever, right? Because it's working in the background. Easy. Easy. This is going to crash eventually. With the infinite output like this. Okay, so this is nice. This is nice. Let it crash. I can also, yeah, if I also run, then it will like terminate and start from scratch. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't crash my PC though, and my stream. So the thing that is missing now is the fact that if I reload this page, then I don't have the highlighting from the beginning for some reason. That's weird. Right? I don't have hover information here and nothing. Why not? Run in worker. Wait worker in it. So I need to run. I'm updating the state here. Let me see. So if I just refresh, I need to see that. Yeah, so the worker received, the worker has replied, right? So I have processed this file. We have the reply. This is some, yeah, this is the OCaml stuff. We cannot really look at that. And we cannot hover now, right? Like I'm hovering, I got hover request, but then it's trying to wait. And it's not waiting, right? So I wait for all processing is done over here. Let me try to log console log. Waiting. Done waiting. It says waiting, done waiting. It says waiting, done waiting. Oh, but maybe the file state is actually like undefined or something. Or I mean, wouldn't this when you index an object, you get undefined, or do you get like the crash in JavaScript? Probably undefined instead, right? So if this is undefined, what's going to happen then? Provide semantic tokens using undefined here. Console log result. Let's see. No, result is this thing, yeah. Wait a second. Oh, result is object type init. Oh. Because it is the initialize message. I'm getting the initialize message there. Wait, what? That makes no sense. So file states is await process, and process waiting for the message. On message is not. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the first message, which is not actually correct, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, what? That makes no sense. Because I'm only supposed to, like, I've already waited for it, right? Which means that the init message already was received. But this was never, right? Received while waiting for init. Yeah, because I just overwrite it. I just overwrite this thing. Await worker init is an async function, but I didn't await it. That's the problem. That's the problem, because I didn't await the async stuff. That's what you're talking. Someone was telling me that, right? And then I just ignored. There we go. Now I refresh the page and we see the syntax highlighting, and I can hover immediately. Nice. Let's also change this code to something else. What should be the default code? The default source code. Chat can sometimes be helpful, KW. Can I import the string from a file over here so I can write this source code in some other place? Can I? Can I just like import like a string? You know, I know I can import a JSON file, but I don't want a JSON file. I want to import a string and then like split the lines manually. How to import a file as string invite. Import file content from this question mark raw. So I just say default source.ks. This is going to be default source. And then default source is actually going to be default source.split /n. Is that how you do it? Oh, wait, hold on. They say join /n. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just do that. That's it. Default source. Okay, and then we just have the file. Old default source ks. Cast language server doesn't work here, which is fine. But we can just say s3io. People, how to make programming language syntax that isn't some slop copy of Rust or Python by doing Lisp. Yeah, Lisp is different. You can also try the functional programming stuff like OCaml, right? It's also different from Rust or Python, I guess. This is basically like the three major like types of syntaxes, I guess. The C-like syntax, which is what Rust is. The Python-like syntax, and the ML-like syntax, which is like Haskell and OCaml, and then a Lisp. Is there like some other languages that are weird looking? I know there's Pascal and stuff, for example, but is it used? Somewhere? Okay, anyway, I'm going to say use std prelude star here. I'm going to say print hello world. No. Let's say let text be let name be world. Print hello. Name. We can do this, for example, right? Index error, unexpected identifier. Question mark raw doesn't. Oh wait, I forgot question mark raw, right? Wait, does this not work? No, it works. Hello world. Function objects could not be cloned. Function objects could not be cloned. Oh wait, I'm actually replying on the web workers with functions. Right. So yeah, so the processed stuff actually has the functions inside. Now. So I cannot send it between the workers because yeah, that makes sense. I guess. Wait, does it make sense? Yeah, I guess it does. So okay, then then what this means is that I should actually not import the cast here at all, and I should always interact with the workers, I think. So even the yeah, cast dot process cast processed file state, like this should not actually be returned from the language server. Reply processed file, right? Process, like I feel like I don't even reply here. That's right. Okay, we're going to rewrite everything from scratch because process doesn't matter, find state doesn't matter. It's because the I need to return from the worker the all of the things that are expected from the language server, so that I don't make the internal state to cross the boundary between the worker and the main thread, right? So like the inlay hint, for example, this should return the inlay hint, but I mean that's fine. I can return the types from cast, not from the Monaco though. So yeah, we'll register, for example, the document formatting edit provider, right? This says cast LSP format, but that's not what we want. We want instead to send the message format and then receive it, right? Yeah. And then find state is going to actually be, so this thing actually is going to be this actually going to be in the worker. Yeah, that makes sense. So can I just say that I have some async stuff? So like this promise is actually going, so instead of this, we go to the worker first. So result is, can I have a class LSP worker? Okay, how do you create a constructor? Init? No? LSP worker? Is that the constructor? Constructor? Okay. Okay, LSP worker. Let's have a class. Actually, can I make this in a new file? LSP Um, like this is the back end of the LSP worker, and then I want to have like the front end, right? You know, new file LSP worker. I don't know, class.ts. Like I don't know what's the good convention here for this. We're going to have class. Oh, it's going to be export class. LSP worker. Right? Constructor. Like this. Okay, so I'm just going to move LSP worker index plus LSP worker backend. That's the convention. LSP worker. Sure. Let's do that. So it's not LSP worker. This is going to be like backend, and this is init. Oh, no, not init. In index. Okay. Can I import then just the folder, and it's going to import the index automatically? Is that how it works? Or will I need to specify the index? Yes. So I can just say import LSP worker from LSP worker. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Okay, so constructor. This is going to now say this thing, right? It's now going to say that. And it's going to say this dot worker, right? Worker. Property worker does not exist. Declare property worker. Worker. Nice. There you go. Okay. So I'm just going to say that const LSP worker is new LSP worker, right? That's what I want. Can the constructor be async? Await has no effect on this expression. No, it cannot. So if it needs to be async, then yeah. Okay. Like because I want to wait for it to be initialized. I mean, I can make the other methods wait for initialization, right? If needed. So initialization is a promise of void, right? And whenever I have a like an async function do something, I will await this initialization, right? Private constructor to make a static int then to return itself. Yeah, that's like the other thing. But I don't know. Like what is more idiomatic, I guess? Like I can say that initialize is you know, this initialize. Wait, there's something wrong with the syntax. It's not formatting. Expected a constructor method. Oh, it's just like, it's not function, right? Just this. Didn't find init. This init is do init. Yeah? And then we just await that that I am initialized in every method. Is that good? Or is static factory function better? So I can have a private constructor, and instead we say this dot initialize, right? We have a static async static async init, which returns this self LSP worker. Self is new LSP worker, and then I say self do init await, right? Like that. That's better. Return self. Promise. Waiting in every function is error prone. Yeah, I guess this is better. I agree. Well, I mean, and doing it, I will actually do something here. Okay, fine. So await worker init is this. This is trying to wait for a specific message. So I'm going to have a message. You know, so private async. Yo, toggle bit. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Hello guys, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hello Pigorly. I've not been doing Rust for a while though, guys. If you're here for the Rust, I'm not doing Rust. In fact, as you can see, I'm doing the TypeScript right now, but I'm also doing OCaml. I'm working on my own programming language, and I'm working on the playground for it, where we can do online code editing. Like on the Rust playground, right? Was Toggle bit coding today or like playing games? So we have this playground where we can like run code and it just says hello world, for example, right? And we can hover, we can have type information and stuff. We have like the full LSP kind of. Although the language is very early. We have nothing but the LSP basically. I'm just slowly improving things. Wait, did I? There we go. Fake LSP, you got formatting. Yeah, I have formatting. I have LSP working in the VS Code too. So here's let me just show you a little bit. Past. So here's some code in the language. There is inlay hints. There is a hover functionality. I can go to the definition. Right. We have macros. We have custom syntax. Yeah. Here's guess a number game, for example. It's not completed yet. It's just it's just picking the number once and then does an infinite loop where it is asking you for to guess it, and then it says if it's less or greater or something. But yeah, we have formatting, so like if I do something here and then I like just say format. I said format. Oh no. Wait, what happens? Format. Oh, now it's okay because I set up the prettier to work with TypeScript. So like now prettier is trying to format every code instead of my LSP trying to do the formatting. Can I make like the prettier only work for TypeScript? I installed this this extension today, prettier. There are settings for it so that I can disable it. Prettier. Like I want prettier to work literally only on the JavaScript, because the default JavaScript formatter is trash. Document selector. A list of globe patterns to register prettier formatter. Prettier embedded language formatting. Add item. Star.js. Okay. Star.ts. Okay. Is that going to work now? Format? No. to, if I reload the window. I'm still trying to do the pre-tier. Didn't I just set the thing? Click configure. Like pre-tier and ESLint. You would just use biome for JS TypeScript formatting. I'm doing like a very small amount of TypeScript for like the front end and a little bit for like the VS Code extension. Otherwise, I don't care too much. I don't know about all of the different ones. Biome is better, you say? Sure. But how do I make the VS Code formatter to use biome then? Can I do that? Because I don't see the like the default JavaScript and TypeScript extension says formatting. It's like it's just default JavaScript formatter. Like I cannot say that this should use prettier or like biome or something. Click configure. Like over here. Settings. Configure what? Format the document again and click configure. I don't want to configure my pre-tier here. It doesn't belong here. I'm going to try to use pre-tier because I already... Like, I'm too lazy to switch now. I don't think it matters. But how do I disable it here? Look, you're not reading. I'm not reading what? Hold on. I need this file. I need this over here. Format. Configure. Select a default formatter for cast files. Yes, but like I don't want to do this, right? I just don't want the pre-tier to even try this. Oh, I know why. It's because I set the default pre. Oh, hold on. It's because I did what ChatGPT was telling me. Hold on. I should maybe do that less. How do I open settings in the JSON? Like over here, I added the default formatter to be pre-tier, right? Default formatter is pre-tier, but I don't want that. I want it to only be for TypeScript and for JavaScript, I guess, right? So TypeScript and JavaScript, like this. And for all the other ones, there is no default. Duplicate all object. JavaScript. Format enable false. Can I do that? Duplicate object. Oh wait, hold on. It was saying default formatter is VS Code TypeScript language features. Remove this. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now it works. And I'm assuming it's going to work still for the JavaScript. Configure global formatter back to VS Code. Yeah, I just removed that. Yeah. There we go. So now we have the formatter for my code. Forecast. Yeah. Okay, back to this thing. If I reload the window here, am I still going to have the formatting using pre-tier here? Looks like I do. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so we have the LSP worker. We are trying to run the language server in the background. I'm going to initialize this here and wait for the initialization message. So I want to have a function. I want to have a function that is called wait for a specific message. You know? Can you do... Wait, hold on. Can you do this in TypeScript even? I want to wait for the message type. Right? So... let me see. I will import interop from From worker interop, for example, right? So and then over there I have, so like I have all of these messages, right? And then I want to export the type just message. So, and message can be any of these messages, right? So it's process message, or run message, or worker init message, or output message, right? So I want to do this. And I want to say over here, when I want to wait for message, can I specify the type here, which says message is string, right? But this should return the concrete message over here, which depends on the string. It's possible, right? Because how do yeah, I guess I need to like look at the like document create element, right? So what's the thing here? It says like or, right? But the concrete element that is going to be created depends on the tag name, right? It's like a dependent function. So if I say create element canvas, then this returns actually the canvas element, right? How do I make that in the type? So yeah, k extends key of this. All right, and then it returns HTML element tag map. Okay. Okay. All right. So there you go. So now we have const message tag map. Right? Is that what I'm trying to say here? So if the message is init, then it's going to be init message. Why don't I not have the auto completion? Wait. Because it's an interface, it's not a type. Okay. It's not a I need to not a type. This all of these must be interfaces, right? And then there is no equal sign. And message is actually, and this one is actually a type. Okay. Worker into message only refers to a type as being used as a value here. Yes. Is that a problem? Is that an error? Why is this an error? Message type map. They call it tag map in like in this one, right? Message tag name map. Like this is also just an interface. Oh wait, it's a variable which has a prototype and a new, so it's not an interface. Is there not a shorter way to do this? So that I actually have like types. You have your map as constant, not interface. It should be interface. They map by tag names. Yes. I map by message type, right? Like, I mean, I want to wait for a specific message, which is very similar to creating the element of a specific tag. Right? So I map using the type names over here. So wait for you know, message type is string. Then I want to return a promise of of message map. This one should be exported. Message tag map of the message type, which means that message type would be actually also a generic key, which is key of interop message tag map, right? And message type is actually of type K, right? That's how you do it. Key extends. Wait, what do you mean extends? Sure, extends. This says a function was declared, type is neither undefined, it must return a value. Yeah. Is there like something like, I don't know, I guess I can throw. K cannot be used to index the type message tag map. Okay. Why can they index? Because it's, why can they index? Why can I not index? They said that it's an interface. How is my interface different? They use the double quotes, but that's the same thing, right? K cannot be used to index type, but it's extends key of. There we go. That's the problem. I forgot the key of. And now it works. So now I can say basically easily. So I can say await self wait for init, right? Because that's like the only variant now. And this is going to return the worker init message actually. Okay, this is actually good. I like this. I wish something like that was possible in more languages. All right. Create element. Hold on a second. Okay. So yeah, literally, I'm just going to wait for the init message specifically here. All right. And then we just return self. So wait for is going to say, so we have the worker, right? I'm going to say worker add event listener. Add event listener, message event. And this is going to be my specific listener, right? So I say listener is like this. And I'm going to say, so listener is message event, right? So say event data type. And I say if event data type is equal to event to message type, right? We need parentheses because it's TypeScript, and then I need to resolve. So this is going to be returning new promise. Resolve. A listener. Like this. So if it is equal, then I just say resolve using event data as this type specifically, right? Because this is any, and now it's not any. Now we have actually typed interface, and then I just say yeah, and then I also say that worker remove event listener, right? So that we clean up after ourselves. Wait, what's removed event listener? Takes the type. Yeah. So message also. Like this, right? Because I only wait for it once, is the idea here. Okay, cool. Await self, wait for init. Okay, nice. Nice. Let's see, main. Await worker init. I'm going to remove that. We're just going to only have the LSP worker. LSP worker init, this is already... Yeah, so this is now a promise that I will need to await, right? So I'm awaiting the initialization, and we have the LSP worker. Process. So process is going to... Process. So instead of process, we say... I mean, technically all of these things... All of these are going to be over there. Something. I feel like all of these code. Let's just comment this for now. See what happens. So I'm going to register semantic tokens provider. This is for this index highlighting. So get legend, right? I'm not going to call cast here at all. Instead, I'm going to say that legend is going to be LSP worker. Get semantic tokens legend. Which is also going to be async. So LSP worker. Async get semantic tokens legend. Yeah, this should not be using cast at all. Can I get rid of this to be available in globals? It's weird. So yeah, this needs to send a message to the worker. So I'm going to have another message. Right. Let's have all the messages here. Init process message. Run message. Put output message. Okay. Then I will also have... Wait, do I even need this type, which is a union and of everything? Yeah, I guess in order to like send the messages, sure, why not? Keep it export interface. So I will have a new message, which is get semantic tokens legend. Why do I even call it output? Why do I even call them messages? Let's just say this. They're all messages, you know? Like, there are only messages here anyway. Right? Get semantic token legends, type. Get semantic tokens legend. And that's all. Get semantic tokens legend. Get semantic tokens legend. Get semantic tokens legend. Right. So here I will say semantic tokens provider get legend. No, I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to send this message. Yeah, there's like, okay, there's a request and replies, right? Message. Yeah, I feel like I need two different things. I need okay. Yeah, fine. I will say that this is process request, right? And then we will have the type request, and then we'll also have the type response. So response is, for example, worker init or output. This over here will be response tag map. We will also have the request tag map. Request going to be process and run and get semantic tokens. Run request, process request, run request, output response, gets semantic tokens, legend request, semantic tokens legend. Request process or run, or this. And response is that semantic tokens legend. Can I somehow also guarantee that this name over here is equal to this statically? Because nothing actually guarantees that this and that is the same, right? Only if you put it into a type. Into what type? What do you mean put it into a type? Put what into a type? Like, can I have the key being basically process request dot type like this? That's what I would like to say, right? Process request type is this. But it's cannot be found. Anyway, so we have the request of the semantic tokens, and then we're going to have a response of the semantic tokens, which is going to be the response, right? And then the response, the semantic tokens legend, response. And the response is going to contain like the actual legend. Legend in this file. No, in this file I cannot. Hold on. Wait a second. Yeah. In this ones I only want to have the cast types. Cast types I want to have cast LSP. Oh. Interface cast. Cast. Processed. Yeah, we just have the processed file state. So I will have yeah, because provide semantic hold on. Provide semantic tokens, get legend. Like it's not returning this thing actually. Type key is test. Oh, you can do that. Okay. I see. I understand what you mean. Yeah. Like we can have a tag. Okay. Type key is test. No. Key. How do you do this though? Key only refers to a type as being used as a value here. But yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, JavaScript is difficult. Hold on. What do I need to do? So first of all, so this over here is just the interface for the stuff that I provide from the OCaml transpiled into JavaScript, right? So get legend returns actually like some legend, which I think there is no such thing as like new types, right? Is there like a thing like an abstract type? All the typing is structural in. All the types are structural in TypeScript, right? No. Can I have an abstract type so that it's like it's treated as always as its own thing? Like get legend, this should return the type, which is like semantic tokens legend, right? And then what is semantic tokens legend? I don't want to actually specify this. Which I can just make be any, technically. Here, which is probably going to be fine. Message tag map is going to be a response tag map. Yeah, wait for response, which is in it. Okay. I can also have a method send message, which is okay. So yeah, this is the response type, and then I send a request, which is interrupt request. Yeah. And this will just say this worker post message request. Okay, good. Like I want to just make sure that I don't use it on accident or something. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Probably any is fine for the interop types. You know, like get semantic tokens legend, right? So this one is going to first send the request where type is semantic token legend, right? I'm going to send this, and I'm going to wait for. So this is going to be a response. This is going to be wait for semantic tokens legend, right? So this is now of the type interrupt semantic token legend response. And the response has the actual legend, right? So I just, yeah, just return response legend. Yes. Okay, let's also make this on the back end. I guess I can say that that data is of type interrupt request, right? Which is event data, like this. Received data. Okay, and then we can have an if, right? Is there like a switch? Is there a switch of data type? Can I have exhaustive switch here somehow to be checked? Is it possible in TypeScript? Yes. How do you do this? It's not checking for exhaustiveness. It's not showing me the error here, right? Right case. Case. It's just case datum type. What's case? Declaration of state and expectant. I mean, you mean like switch, and inside of switch we have cases. I have auto completion, sure, but it's like, how do I make sure that I have checked over everything, right? Because this obviously is not checking everything; it's checking nothing. Is there exhaustive checks? Case, semantic token legends. You can't without effect. I don't know. I feel like the language has enough. I know the effect the library, but I feel like the language server has enough information because data type is just this enum, so it knows all of the variants. It can easily show me the warning here, at least the warning, but it should be the error, right? And do I need to break out of the cases? Probably do need, right? Like in C. Default. Console. Error. Unsupported request. Data type. Like that. Property type does not exist on type never. Because I have checked everything. If I have not checked everything, this would compile. So I cannot make this future-proof? Really? There is type test is ID or username and string. Found something online that seems to work, but it's kind of cursed. Because this is over here now is the type never because I have checked all of the things, and this is so wrong. Like this should not fail to compile. Because when I later add a new variant to the types, I wanted to, yeah, you can post the link. I want it to like at least show me the warning, right? But I cannot because it doesn't compile. I guess I can just show the data like fully like this. Even though data over here is never, but I mean, at least I can do that, right? In Rust, it's the same. No, in Rust it's a warning, not an error. Like, why is this an error? Like, okay, sure, it should be a warning. In Rust, it's not in Rust. It is not inferring the type to the never. It's just saying the warning that you have checked all of the types, and you wanted to make future proof. You just I don't know. Well, I mean, in Rust there is no need for the default case, right? Because we have exhaustiveness checks, which is not present in TypeScript. And if you want to, you can have the non-exhaustive enums in Rust too, which would not have the warning like that. Like this should this just doesn't compile because it says property type does not exist on type never, but the type obviously exists. I was checking it here, right? But now it doesn't exist. That's not the same as in Rust. Exhaustive check never is C. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. This is actually good. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's actually good. Const exhaust. I like this. This is not bad. Check. Const check never is data, right? Because if I fail to do this, then it's going to fail to compile. That actually is good. Well, I mean, it feels like a hack, like it should not be needed. But yeah. Apparently there is a different way to maybe throw data type satisfies never. Throw data type satisfies never. Wait, what is satisfies? Type any does not satisfy the type never. TypeScript satisfies. I have not seen this before. The new satisfies operator is for 9. That's recent, right? Relatively. I don't know. I used TypeScript for a little bit in the, like, maybe in TypeScript 2. They want to ensure that some expression matches sometimes, but also want to keep the most specific type of what expression for inference purposes. The new satisfy let us validate that the type of expression matches some type without changing the resulting type of the expression. As an example, we could use satisfies to validate. Okay, so satisfies is just literally the type ascription. It's actually very weird that they use the word satisfies instead of just saying, like, you know, data, data, I guess, which is like just a colon never, right? Because this is a different syntax, I guess. It's because of the syntax reasons, syntax ambiguity probably. But it's just type ascription. Sure. It's just data, not data dot, because data is already never, right? So this makes it to be an assert. And if I do this, then it's going to say that it doesn't satisfy it anymore, right? And then I throw data, right? Yeah. Or instead of throwing, I can say like console log unsupported request, and then data satisfies never. That's the same thing, right? It's not satisfying, so it's going to be like printed basically. But at the same time, it doesn't matter because over here is like actually the compilation that fails, which is exactly what I want, right? So there's no need for me to even log it, but sure. Okay, anyway. So now let's say I can switch the data type. I can know that if we want the process, so I don't need to do this as anymore, right? We just say this. directly over here, right? Because this is now of type process request inside of this case. And then we just post message reply. Yeah. I want this to also be more typed. I want this to be more typed. What is self? Self is window and global type this. Let's just have a function, respond. And respond has a response, which is interrupt response, right? So that I make sure that I'm not going to use the post message anymore at all. I'm going to always respond with the response, and it's going to be type checked automatically for me, right? And respond is just a self post message response. That's all that it is. It's just like this is taking any, and we make it typed now. Okay. So instead of post message, we say response, respond using the process file. But this obviously is not compiling, it's not assignable, right? So that's not going to happen. Process is actually not going to be responded. This is a request without response, which LSP calls notifications. Right. Sure. Just like client message, server message instead of request response, I guess, kind of. Whatever. So I don't response. I say that this is processed. And then I'm just going to store. So I'm moving like this logic. So this is me processing. And then we have a map from Yuri to the file state. This thing over here, file states. So this is my server, LSP worker backend, right? We have a file states, which is indexed by a string and has the processing file state. So this over here is the processed file state. And then I just say that file states for the data Yuri is equal to processed, right? Yes. Okay, nice. Run. I mean, technically we can have the like it's not even the worker. I can have it's not even just LSP worker. We can have the normal worker. Although this one is specifically about the LSP, the other one is going to be separate. So maybe run. Maybe run should be in a different place. LSP worker. Yeah. Let's actually do it completely separately. Let's say that the interrupt is going to be over here. So I have 3 files like that. And this is from a ./interrupt like this. So forget about the run. That's going to be separate. This is just the LSP. Which also doesn't have the output because of that. So for now, the response is just the worker in it. Fine. Case run. But this over here is really weird. Because the type is never... Oh, wait, type is run. Wait, what? Why is it run? Because I still have the run request. Oh, because it's from the worker interrupt. Yeah, because this one also should load this one. Not the other one. Yeah, now we have this. Okay, good. Nice. All right. Okay. Semantic tokens legend on the backend. On the backend, semantic token legends is going to replace cast LSP. Cast semantic token provider get legend. And this is my legend. And I'm going to respond with that, right? So I'm going to respond where type is semantic tokens. Wait, did I remove the semantic tokens? Response, semantic tokens, right? Response. Semantic tokens. What? Why don't I have the auto completion? Oh, because the response is this. Okay. I need to still... Yeah, we need to still have the semantic tokens response like this. Okay. Can I have the type, which is like all of the values of this automatically so that I don't need to like do this twice? Can this be more automatic? Okay, so and then this has a legend, which is this thing. There we go. That's all that we need. And then this has the wrong type. So this type is just going to be... I'm just going to have any here for now. But yeah, I don't want this to be any. But this is fine. Right? For now. Okay. Yeah, let's just have the highlighting. So for highlighting, I need semantic tokens and semantic tokens legend, right? Let's see. So we register the document semantic token provider for cast. And if I want to get legend, then we say LSP get semantic token legend. Right. Yeah. Promise any is not assignable to this. Wait, type nothing into promise is not assignable into nothing into semantic tokens legend. Semantic tokens legend. Oh, wait, this one should not be async. This one doesn't allow this to be async. Okay. Which means that the legend, yeah, this should not be async. I see. Okay. Which means that I will say that semantic tokens legend is actually await LSP worker get semantic tokens legend. I will do it once. I will await for this, and then I will just return this here, I guess. And then provide document semantic tokens is going to be like this, right? So I'm going to this is async, and I'm going to return LSP worker, return await LSP worker, provide semantic tokens for model dot query. So we'll have async provide semantic tokens for Yuri, which is a string. So this is going to send semantic tokens response, yeah. Export interface, semantic tokens request. So this is just the same, but without the legend. Kind of. Remove the legend. Like this. Semantic tokens request. Semantic tokens response. Semantic tokens response. Semantic tokens response. Okay. Index. Let's say that over here type is semantic tokens. right? I'm requesting the semantic tokens, and then I'm going to say response is await this, wait for semantic tokens. Right? And then I'm going to return a response result. And this over here, this is the code that is on the backend. The backend holds all the file states. We'll have another case semantic tokens, which so this one must respond with semantic tokens, and having the result. So this over here is a result. Result is cast semantic token provider provides semantic tokens for find state of the model. Yeah, and this thing is not actually, yeah, find state for yeah, we have I guess data dot, yeah, so like semantic tokens is supposed to have the URI here. URI string. And find state is going to be literally just, yeah, let's have a function find state for URI string, returns cast processed file state, return file states URI. Maybe I will later add something else there. So find state for data.URI. This is the result, and then I just respond this, right? This over here is not async, this is just blocking. Okay, nice. Okay, next. Next, provide document semantic token provider, provide semantic tokens, module.URI, but URI is a URI, so I need a URI to string here. Nice, okay. So all of this code is the code that was supposed to be Monarch tokens provider, yeah, whatever. So all of this code was the code that was supposed to be on the backend now, right? I'm not sure if I need it though. What do we have here? We have URI from string and string from URI, which that's definitely not needed. Single file URI. What even is that? Current processing, queued processing. No, this is going to be like on the LSP worker. Yeah, yeah. This over here is going to be on the LSP worker, so that we only process the last request, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Update state and find state is going to wait for the processing to happen. But waiting for the processing to happen is already kind of done. Are the workers receiving the messages in the same order in which they are sent, right? Probably, right? You're back, Javninia, welcome back. But I will still need to wait for and like resend the requests. Yeah. If I'm trying to get like the semantic tokens, we're currently processing. I'm waiting, and while I'm waiting, I'm updating the file again. I will wait even more, which is the expected behavior, actually. Yes. Okay, let's see next. We're going to say from cast location URI string find URI. Yeah. So URI in this case is going to be Monaco URI parse URI. Find Yuri. Find Yuri is just Monaco. Yuri parse. Yuri. Okay. Inlay hints. Okay, let's unregister the formatting. Register hover provider. Comment. Register rename provider. Comment. Register definition provider. Comment inlay hints. Like, I want to just make sure that my highlighting works for now. And then what is update state? Update state is basically LSP worker. LSP worker dot. Yeah, let's have a function update state model Monaco model editor model. Wait, what is model? Monaco editor by text model. Cancel them if a new one came in. Yeah, yes. Did you end up figuring out a way to ignore the speed requests? Yes. I was actually, I actually did this. I did that correctly. There was just a bug of the multi-threading, which led to the bugs. Yeah, and like literally the same logic is happening here. I'm literally doing the same, which I was writing earlier, right? Like this one, we have the currently processed promise and the queued promise. So I only queue at most one promise, and I ignore all the rest. Is the idea. I'm kind of duplicating that code here in TypeScript. Run. It's going to not do anything. Yeah, so update model is going to say that LSP worker dot update. Let's just say update file model Yuri model get value, right? So for yes, but because potentially Monaco editor can support multiple files, I think, right? So we can like do multiple files. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the LSP worker. Let's see now. So this is just going to be normal function update file. Yuri is string and contents is another string, right? So I'm just going to say this send. I'm going to have a new interface. It's going to be update file request. Update file. Let's just call it notification. And like worker init is also notification, right? And the request is actually a client message, and response is actually just server message. Client message map, server message map. Okay. Okay, so update file notification type. Update file. Yuri and content. Client message. Update file notification. Update file. Update file notification. All right. Index. I'm going to send type update file. Update file. Yuri content. That's all that needs to happen here. Actually, no. This is not going to happen. Because that one is blocking. So I don't want to like spam the server with requests because the server is not async. So it's actually going to be the request. And then I'm going to actually have the response. But the response is just like basically the notification that the file has been processed successfully, right? Update file response. Right, so I'm going to... Yeah, so like over here I cannot really await for it, but we are going to wait for update file. So like this over here is going to be a to-do. This is where the logic of the debouncing is going to happen. So that I don't actually send this. Right? To-do debounce. Okay, now here, case, update file, break. So update file is going to be easy, cast process file. Query contents. This is processed. Wait, update is literally the same as process. Hold on. Yeah. Sure. So the process request doesn't exist actually, right? It's just update file kind of thing. The only thing that I care about. So I just process, I save it, and I respond with the fact that it has been processed. So I say update file. Yuri to string. I'll get value like this. Yeah? Yeah. Cool. Cool. And then we have the semantic highlighting. That's the only thing that we have. There was also the hover, which I need to uncomment. All right. Get language configuration. And then processing is actually like doing all the compilations. So like, yeah, and then I will just need to connect all of the other parts, right? Just like I had before. Semantic tokens, Yuri. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't think it will. I probably forgot something. Loading worker from this was blocked because of disallowed type. Loading worker from LSP worker. New worker. LSP worker TS. It's because this one, it's not LSP worker, it's backend. Like, why don't I have this checked? I need the backend be done. I get this public cast JavaScript import error loading dynamically imported module, because cast.js is not because I need to do dot dot now. Can I have like over here the absolute path to the static files? That's weird here because I put it in the subfolder. Now I need to fix the subfolder. Okay, we have, yeah, okay, we have the semantic tokens. We have syntax highlighting. Let's say let x be 1, 2, 3. Let x be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so like now it's kind of the same as before, right? If I say 1, 2, 3, well, like this. Let's see how is going to happen. No, it actually highlighted the whole thing. It's weird. Hold on. Semicolon. That. It's still like it's receiving updates one by one, just like before. So because I did not make the debounce, obviously. So every character is like making the processing. But yeah, I am receiving the messages all at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just returning the response like that. Okay, let's do the debounce. Again debounce. So like when I update the file, I'm going to store here the file processing, right? File processing is going to be index string of like by the URI we have the file processing state. How about that? Because potentially I want it to work also for different files. Interface file processing state has the current processing is going to be a promise or null, right? And queued is another function that returns a promise or null, like that. Yeah, so in the constructor, file processing is just the empty object. When I update the file, the wait for is basically the current processing for the file, right? Also, is there an API like entry like API where I insert a new thing if it's not in the map? Like if URI in this dot file processing, is that like like the correct thing? Can I say not in? GPT in TypeScript insert insert get or insert object. Like this needs to be just done like that, right? There is no short syntax for it. Okay, sure. So if not URI in file processing, then we say this file processing for the URI is current is null and queued hello, because I need a comma. Queued is null and colon because it's not a camel. All right. So then I will say that state is this file processing for the URI. Now I know that this is actually not undefined, right? If I comment this out, is it going to say that this can be undefined? Not really. Because I didn't say over here or undefined, right? Okay, so I say state queued is... Say queued is function that sends the update file and then waits for the update file and then awaits this, right? Can I say async like that? And okay, nice. There we go. So we queue and then we state start processing if needed, right? Just literally this code over here. And then we are going to also wait for all processing similarly. Yeah. Should these be like class instead, so that I can have the yeah, I should have like constructor and stuff. Current is null, queued is null, and then I can have this should be instead new file processing state. Then we'll have a start processing if needed. It's going to be this. So if current is not null, then it's already been processed. If queued is null, then this. So queued is this. Queued is null, and then current processing is queue, which is going to await the queued and then say that current is null, queue is async, like this, right? And then start processing is if needed again. What's the convention in TypeScript more? Is it snake case or it's mixed case like this? Probably mixed case, right? What I've seen before. Processing if needed. Okay, and then we also have a wait for all processing. Wait for all processing is just while this current is not null, we just await this current. That's it. Okay. So now the debouncing basically happened, right? Yes. That's this file get file processing state for URI. I will extract this into a method. Get file processing state string returns file processing state. Return. Okay, so then when we provide the semantic tokens, I only want to do this after all of the requests have done, right? So like await, like wait for file. Well, I mean, technically I should not even do that. File processing. Let's just have file processing state. Like it shouldn't even be based on the URI technically. Yeah, it should not even be based on the URI. File processing queued. So I can just queue this thing. because I feel like QF. To do that, and this queued. That's all that I need to do. Just queue this stuff and provide semantic tokens. I will say that this file processing, wait for all processing, and we just await that. Await with that here for providing the semantic tokens and for getting semantic tokens legend and all of the other responses. I think that's all. Right? Let me see. Yeah, I don't see it being spammed anymore, and it looks much faster. Like the only thing I think I should like right now it's trying to actually compile the entire program to do this to do the highlighting, but I feel like highlighting can be working faster because it doesn't need to do the type checking, obviously, right? Although semantic tokens, if we talk about semantic tokens specifically, those require. So yeah, it's just like a little weird that I don't have the highlighting while I'm typing, right? Okay. All right. Now I just need to connect all the other parts. Backend, find state. This is just going to be ignored now. And then I just need to do all of the other parts. Let's start with the inlay hints. Let's start with hovers. Register. I mean, let's do the formatting, sure. Formatting. Providing edits. So CalSTLSP format is not going to do that here. I'm going to say that the result, this result is coming from LSP worker format model URI to string, right? Yeah. And this needs to be like awaited. LSP worker. Can I go to the type definition like that? Yeah, I can. Okay, so async format URI string returns await this file processing, wait for all processing, and then we send. Now we need to have two new requests. Export interface. Format request and format response. Format request requests a string. Format response result is any, sure. Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of like very similar, all of these methods. Format. So I'll just send the format and I will wait for the format. So format request, format response, format request, format response. Okay, and then in the backend over here, and say case format. Cast LSP format for state, which is a find state for data URI, like this. This is my result, and just respond type format result like this. And now to redeclare block scaped result. Oh wait, so every, yeah, because it's a switch statement, it's TypeScript, so this is not actually a scope. What do you do for this in TypeScript? Just make scopes like this for each case? Is this what you do? Okay. Okay. Okay, format. I think format should already work. Let's try space, print format, and it's formatted. Yeah, and it's actually like, yeah, so like yeah, it's waiting for the process and then it's doing that. Okay, good. Yeah, it should be very quick to do all of the other parts. Register hover provider. This is going to be, so cast LSP hover. The result is await LSP worker dot hover model. Yeah. Let's see here. Result is LSP worker hover await hover model Yuri to string to cast position right. That's what I want. LSP worker hover it says Yuri and position, which is cast LSP. Oh my god, this is, what's the position? It's VS Code language server types. Right. So position is the, I need to import that here then, right? Import sp types from VS Code language server types. So position is LSP types position, right? There we go. So I'm going to send hover. I'll wait for hover. We'll have Yuri and position here. So now I need to go here. We have two new requests, which is a hover request and hover response. Hover request takes position, which is this one can be. I'm pretty sure this one can be imported because it's just the types, right? Position, LSP types, position. Okay. Hover interrupt. Hover request. Hover response. Hover request. Hover response. Backend. Case hover. Break. Result is cast LSP hover position and find state Yuri respond hover result. Nice. Does this work? Nice. I have the hovers. Was easy. Next. Rename provider. There is two places here. There's the result rename and then there is the rename. A result. So this should be await LSP worker prepare rename model Yuri to string and position. This will be wait, LSP worker rename. Model Yuri, position and new name. Okay. Let's have on the interop. We have 4 more requests now. There is a prepare rename. Prepare rename. Prepare rename for the position. Yep, that's it. And there's just rename. Rename has a position and new name, which is a string. Async prepare rename Yuri string position SP types position send prepare name for that rename, and rename just has position and new name, and we have new name string, and the backend for prepare rename and for rename. Okay, prepare rename. And this is just rename. Rename has this and data new name. Okay, let's check name. So I can rename over here, saying name 123. Nice. Easy. Register definition provider. I'm not sure what's the definition. Oh, it's going to the definition. Yeah. Going to the definition. This over here is going to be await LSP worker. Find definition for the model Yuri to string. Requests. Find definition. Find definition for the position. Find definition. Find definition. Definition requests. Find definition response. Definition. And response. Index. Async find definition. Yuri string position. Same stuff. Backend. Definition. Okay, let's see. If I click on the name here, it doesn't work. Hold on. I received defined definition and it cannot find it. That's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to control click here. It knows that this is a string, so like... Oh, because I'm responding with rename. Okay. Yeah, because like I need this to be not any. I need something that is acting like any. Like yeah. Well, I mean, oh, hold on. Technically, I am responding with the things. It's not any. I have this. VS Code language types. Yeah, hover. Okay, hold on. I can actually have the types. But this should not now work, right? Yeah, there we go. I can click on the name and it's going to go to the definition now. All right. Yeah, like I can say that this is not any. Find definition response is literally this thing. I'm like duplicating the same types in all the places. Feels weird a little bit. Cast, right? So hover returns hover or null, for example, right? Hover response, right? This over here result is LSP types hover or null. Format request. Yeah, we have everything typed actually. Format is text edits or null. Rename is workspace edit or null. Prepare rename is arrange or null. The wrong file every time. Find definition is a list of locations and inlay hints. List of locations. Wait, what? Definition response, is this the one? Is there semantic tokens legend? Let's do that too. Because it's in the other place. Yeah, semantic token legend is actually because it's the same in the Monaco editor and the LSP types, I guess. It just so happens to be the same thing. And this semantic tokens or null. Okay. See, semantic tokens response is LSP types semantic tokens or null, right? And semantic tokens legend is LSP types semantic tokens legend, right? But now you are actually complaining that provide semantic tokens is a little bit of a different thing. Result as, can I say as this? Like, yeah, Yeah, these types are not directly compatible with each other, but wait, are they not? Is any as Anaqua semantic languages, semantic tokens or null? Do I need to go through the any here? Second. Oh wait, this over here is wrong. Because provide semantic tokens returns languages semantic tokens. Yeah, and this should instead be, yeah, these ones instead be from the VS Code types. Yes. Okay, everything still works. Like it. Right. Okay, so there is a commented code. Basically just two things, just running code and having the inlay hints. Okay, inlay hints. Wait, LSP worker for the inlay hints of the model Yuri to string. LSP worker inlay hints. Inlay hints request. Inlay hints response. This one is going to be LSP types inlay hint list. Inlay hints request. Inlay hints request. Response. Inlay hints response. Main. Inlay hints is to be done. Over here. Inlay hints. This does not need position. Right. That's all. Backend. Inlay hints without the position. Done. Let's see. There we go. Name is string. Wait, what? I have the inlay hint for. Wait, what is this inlay hint? That's weird. That's not supposed to be there. This is not supposed to be there. Is this the inlay hint from another file? That I'm doing. Yeah, I have like inlay hint probably from another file somehow. And to make sure that all of these inlay hints are... This is the problem on the OCaml though, right? Because I'm trying to find the inlay hints for a specific file. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I'm processing the file and I'm importing a thing. Yeah. Makes sense. Let's actually open the OCaml right now. Let me just finish the running. LSP worker. Should I just have like the same worker? No, I should not. Run worker should be different, but it should be like basically similarly structured. The only difference is that the backend of the run worker is not going to have like all of these file states, right? But at the same time, if I don't give it any, then it's just not going to hold anything. So I can use the same one. I just call this worker, and I just don't care. You know? And then the run worker is just going to have like the run. This code is going to be on the backend, you know? So I'm going to have the backend. No. Let's have interrupt. So I'm going to have the run request, but we're not going to have the run response. Or am I? No, actually I will. Like when it's actually finished running, so that I know that it finished running. So run request and run response. Run request, URI and contents. Yeah, sure. Run response is just the response like this. Yep. But I will also have the output notification, which is type put string, right? When on the backend we are trying to print something, it's going to be sent to the client through this notification. Client message is run request. Run request. This is going to be run response or output notification. This is going to be run response and output notification, like that. Run worker. Yeah, and then over here the worker. I guess the worker is not going to be called the LSP worker. It's just going. This one is just going to be worker. I don't know. We can call it cast worker, I think. Cast worker. And cast worker should just be able to run code over here. And current run worker is also going to be a cast worker or null, right? So we need to be able to terminate it. Let's see. Terminate is just this worker terminate. This is going to be new cast worker. Is this vanilla TypeScript? Yeah, I guess. Is there not vanilla TypeScript? The only one that is not vanilla maybe is the TypeScript with effect. Is that what you're referring to? Not vanilla? Or is there other flavors of TypeScript? Luminov, hello, hello. Constructor of class is private. Yeah, because it's not this. It's going to be cast worker dot net. Yeah. So this is actually a promised cast worker or null. So this is going to await and then terminate, because a run is actually going to be async. Right. Run is actually going to be async, but we are not going to await it, I guess, at all. Yeah. So current run worker is this. And then worker is await current cast worker, which is all awaiting the initialization. And then we're going to say worker run, await worker run, right? And worker run has the handler of the output. So if I have s, then we just say output inner text plus equal s. That's all that I need here. But I run the URI, right? Which is the source. I feel like I need editor get model is editor get model. So I run model URI. And model value, and this. Do we have named arguments in TypeScript? Do they not have named arguments? I will have the function run, which has URI string, contents string. I mean, technically, if we have the URI, then that should be enough. Just URI and output handler, which is a function from string into void. Into, wait, what? Is that not how you write it? Identifier expected? What do you mean? Parameter has a name but no type. Wait, what? This is the type of the function, right? Or do I need to actually have the names of the arguments even when I specify the type? I guess. Fine. Okay, run is just going to have the URI because we have the contents already there. Right? Actually, no, we don't, because this is going to be a new one. Yeah, we don't use the update here. Run. Yeah, I need the contents here. Wait for run. And then there is no return there. Okay, and then the output handler, this over here, means that every time I'm handling the specific message, which is output, right? So I'm going to once again just add. It's going to be very similar to this. I'm going to, so I'm sending run, but I'm adding event listener. This is going to be output listener. Data is interrupt server message is event data, right? So I'm going to switch. I'm going to say if data type is equal to output, right? Then yeah, and then I'm going to remove the list. So yeah, I'm adding the listener. I'm waiting for the run to finish, and then I'm going to remove that listener. Output listener. Output listener. So if we have the output and we have data s, and then we're going to say output handler for the s, right? So we're going to handle the data like this. And then backend is going to just say that if we have run, then I'm going to say cast run data contents. But I'm going to say cast set output, where print string is going to respond using using output, which is s, like this, and then we're going to also in the end respond using run. So the run has finished here, right? Main. So yeah, and then run worker. I don't need this at all. Main model URI to string is what's needed here. Let's see. Okay, the inlay hints are a little bit broken. The run works. Run works, which is good. Yes. Okay. So now we have the fully async thing, right? Let x be 1, 2, 3. Like this. It takes a little bit of the time for this thing to keep up. But, yeah. I need to see why is it that slow, though. It feels weird. My standard library is not that big. It's supposed to be almost instant anyway. But yeah, and then there's these inlay hints, which are broken, which I'm going to fix also. But this is, fully background LSP with web workers. Okay. And now the only thing that I need to change is actually the OCaml source code, which says that if in my LSP inlay hints specifically, right? We potentially have, yeah, so inlay hints for the file state, inlay hints of the expression. Like, I need to make sure that these inlay hints are from the correct file, right? File state has parsed, like, I don't know which file we are talking about here, right? So get probably should also have the URI, like that, right? So, and then inlay hints should have extra argument, which is like URI, so that we're actually going to check. That URI is like that. So it's URI into those. URI. Now every time I call the inlay hints over here inside, I need to pass the URI. Probably done using the something. Let's see. What are you saying? The expression as type URI A. An expression was expected to have type URI T. URI is URI T, please. Expression as type URI. Ah, my god. Oh, okay, because this should be URI. There we go. Nice. The hints URI. Yeah. Wait, actually, hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, hint over here, right? Type hint. Description option is some. Yeah, if we have type description, but like I also need to make sure. What is this? Type description or yeah. Position is this. Like I need to make sure that span is from the thing, right? If span URI is not equal to URI, then none, else that. Like this stuff. And then we probably have the problem. What? JS? Isn't this function being called from the cast.js, for example? This is supposed to not compile. Hello? Oh, because I'm not running the language support. There you go. Yeah, so on the request inlay hint, I want to get the inlay hints for the URI specifically, but this should be URI. Wait, what? URI. Common. Huh? You know what? I'm going to store the URI in the file state. Process file source. URI is source. URI. I mean, I can handle the entire source here if I really wanted to, but... What is this file included, URI? Hints get, so I just say over here that we know the URI from the file state. Success. Okay, let's check. This is the playground. There you go. Now I have the only inlay hint, which is the one that matters, like this. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Filter inlay hints only for okay, correct files, like whatever. Something like that. Okay, there's also the diagnostics that are shown for other files right now, actually. But we don't have the diagnostics in the on the online playground, right? Only in the VS Code. Monaco editor. Can I show the things though? Like, I was last thought that there is no command palette, but there is actually a command palette in the Monaco editor too. It's just like over here, F1. There you go. We have command palette too. Diagnostics. There is nothing about diagnostics. There is though, like, show hover. Show or focus hover. Control KI. There we go. Change all occurrences. Yeah. I can rename. Like, this over here technically should show the diagnostics, but it's not showing it. Issues. Diagnostics. Can I show diagnostics when Monaco? Yes. Set model markers. Start line, end line, message, you're doing it wrong, and severity. This is basically the diagnostics, right? Yeah, just called set model markers. I can just do this real quick. Do I have it exported in the JavaScript though? Let me see, cast JS diagnostics. Not really. Let's see. Can I have a diagnostics for the file? This should be cast LSP diagnostics get, right? And this just gives me the list. That result is that. Result is the diagnostic t list. So we return a list, which is a result in the list map, LSP types, diagnostic, yoicin of t. And this should just work, right? Okay. And then we have my VS Code here is hanging a little bit. STS, we just have inlay hints. We're going to have diagnostics for the process file state, which says diagnostic. This one does not return null ever. Okay. So then we will have the oh, I guess it's like the processed file or something. When yeah, I think I understand. Yeah. Like it should be like I'm saying that you should update the file. So I'm queuing this thing, right? But then in the end, after this is done, I should just send the diagnostics, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's it. I should have like the diagnostics handler, which is a function that takes LSP types diagnostic and I guess like diagnostics like this into void, right? And also the for the URI, right? Like that. That's what we want. Diagnostics. This diagnostics handler. We're just going to say that it's doing nothing for now, and then we're going to set it in the main. And then when I yeah. And I'm going to add event handler, add event listener. Yeah. In constructor. In constructor over here, I'm going to add event listener. Well, I mean, technically it's just a process result, right? Which I feel like, yeah, I feel like the process result should just return the diagnostics. Actually. Update file or something. Where is it? Update file. Wait for update file, right? This returns me the response. Counter response is this. And response is just update file response. So I say response.diagnostics. And then I will say this. Diagnostic handler using URI and the diagnostics like this. Welcome back, Nigel. So response is this update file, and this has diagnostics, which is LSP types diagnostic list. Okay, and the backend. So the backend should just return this, right? So I process the file. And we have diagnostics, where diagnostics is cast LSP diagnostics for the processed state, like this. Let's see if this works. Oh wait, I mean, yeah. And then I'm going to over here before in main, before updating the state or something, right? I'm going to say that that worker, past worker, diagnostic handler is URI and diagnostics into, let's say for now, console log diagnostics. Because why not? Um, it's an empty array. XYZ, like this. So now I have an array. Yeah, could not find this in scope. I have it. I have it. Nice. So now I just need to say editor set. What did they say? Monaco editor set model markers. Monaco editor set model markers. I don't see the docs for it. Maybe it's model markers. Set model markers. Editor set model markers. Why don't I see this in my API? Oh, or maybe it's because monaco.editor set model markers, because it's not like, yeah, because like it's a static thing. So model is going to be editor get model, kind of, right? And owner. What's the owner? Your owner, a string identifying your tool linter diagnostic engine. Cast and marker data is diagnostics app. Diagnostic into. This is it. Diagnostic dot. We have range. Is this not the correct code? Like this. Okay. Enter get model. Exclamation mark. Okay, let's see. So from cast range diagnostic range. From cast range, this returns Monaco I range, right? Range is this. Wait, can we have like the combination of the objects? So this is over here, this is the range. How to extend JavaScript object. Can I do that even? Start line number is range start a line number, right? Like it's a combination of the two interfaces here. I can do that. And then message is going to be a diagnostic message. And then severity is a diagnostic severity. Or wait, what was there before? NACO or severity. Does that work? No, severity is diagnostic severity, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we need to like switch this here. Switch Agnostic severity. Case. What does 1 mean? LSP specification. Severity. Okay, 1 is error, 2 is warning. Null is error. 1, 2, 3, 4, error, warning, information, and by default it's going to be error. Severity is used before being assigned. What? I'm literally assigning it over here. Exclamation mark? It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's questionable, right? So like, why does anyway, never mind. Let's see now. Cast playground. There you go. Would not find this in scope. This works. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. That was easy. All right. We have the actually fully functional LSP now in the browser. Good. Also fast. I mean, I guess fast enough. I mean, it's not as fast as the JavaScript linter maybe, when you are like, where was the TypeScript playground? I'm going to improve it, but it's like right now it's parsing the standard library every second. But it should not, right? The standard library should be only parsed and compiled once, so that it's faster. That's the only thing to do, I think. So that's like, it's incremental, right? I mean, it's not that fast in TypeScript either. Look at this. It's not that fast, right? It takes also a second here. So is it faster or slower than for me? It's a little bit faster, like just a little bit. So yeah. Diagnostics. Okay, that was good. Now I'm going to go. There's nothing loading. Infinite coder? You want to infinite coder? What he's doing? He's compiling some C code. That's Rust. It's not C. Okay, fine. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.
Rust unit. Good enough. Okay, so here I need to choose OB type instead.